You know, this actually would have been a very good time for me to do an audio test and press the recording, but instead I decided to just start the stream 2 minutes early, before my scheduled time. So there's that. Okay. Well, we're here. It is happening. All right, let me go ahead and more Danganronpa another. Okay. Okay. All right, we good? We good? We good? Let me go ahead and do the pop-out chats. And you know, after sitting here for like 5 minutes, I'm starting to really feel the heat, and I think I gotta turn on the AC again. So I think I'm gonna do that now. But we'll get the music playing. Well, actually, first I need to click on OBS so I can see that properly. Okay, now we got the music playing. How are my blurs, by the way? How's the volume of that? We'll do this.
Oh, hello. Hello.
Yeah, it sounds fine to me. Again, game volume might be too loud. Game volume might be too loud. Hopefully I'm not peaking. If the game volume needs to be adjusted and it's like drowning out my voice, that's I can do that. Let me go ahead and get that AC on. Okay. Hello everyone, and welcome to another Danganronpa. Danganronpa another. Another Despair Academy movie. The fan game. A Danganronpa. No. Okay. Okay. Let's get on with it. I don't wanna be waiting forever. We're gonna play some more game. I think we've basically maxed out Akane. Yeah, seems right to me. I'm just gonna assume this game does not have controller support, so I gotta be a little bit careful about my arm positioning. Oh, we have to go to the diner. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. We have that meeting. Those who did not yet come soon arrived after I came in, and everyone gathered in the diner. We got a meeting. That's everyone, I suppose. Hey, why did you call us so early? I need some more sleep. Oh, gotcha. You finally found some clues? Really? Are you sure? We're getting out of here. No, not yet. I still couldn't get a grip of the situation, much less clues to escape. What are you talking about? It's been 3 days and we still have to be stuck here? That's why I've called you. Like Mitsuhiro said, 3 days have passed, so we might want to halt the investigations and present what we've got. Even if you say so, there wasn't anything really significant. Clues are also important, but I really want us to get a clear view of the situation, especially since we've settled down from the initial chaos. So have any of you found something strange or suspicious during your investigation? Huh? Everything looks strange to me. Certainly, the situation grew even more puzzling than the first day. In particular, the absence of students and staff was my primary concern. Agreed. Upspeak Academy is a public place. It doesn't make sense for us to be the only ones here. Maybe Monokuma was lying. He might be trying to make us believe things he wants us to. No, this building likely is Hopespeak Academy. Did you forget already? Think about the brochure Mikado found. True. The map there perfectly matched this building. Wait a sec. How do you know that the brochure is a real thing? No one here's been inside the actual place. Couldn't Monokuma have made a fake map? I see. You have a point there. No, the brochure wasn't forged. I can guarantee that to you. Why? I've seen that brochure before all this happened. Do you remember the entrance hall where we first met? I was the first to arrive. There I spotted a booklet on the shelf. Thinking back now, that was the same brochure as the one we have now. Then no other person is here, not because of our location, but of an unknown cause we've yet to identify. Unknown cause? What kind of cause would make everyone else from the whole school just disappear? Or maybe Monokuma wiped them out. Wiped out real people? But we all saw them. The guns on the camera. If you have those things all over the school, killing off people in the building would be... Hey, just stop it. Are you trying to scare us even more? Idiot. Since when did modern school buildings have guns attached to their cameras? There wasn't a single gun nor a camera when we first arrived. If Monokuma did something, then it should have been after the group blackout. So the entirety of the students vanished by some cause during the short period of the time we were unconscious. That's a real mystery. It couldn't have been more than an hour or so. In addition to that, don't you think something has changed? The school didn't feel this creepy when I passed through the entrance. Damn. What the hell's wrong with this place? It's driving me nuts. Who is Monokuma in the first place? Assuming we have the right idea about his plan, it doesn't look like what an ordinary person would do. Carrying out a plan this big would be hard, even for the craziest criminals. I think this matter is just getting more and more complicated. But do we have a choice? There's no way to find out Monokuma's identity, or whatever happened to us back then. Investigation is the only option. Would y'all mind if I had a little optimism? Like, the possibility of a rescue team coming for us? Right. Our families have been out of touch with us for days now. Wouldn't someone report us missing and start searching for us? Someone like whom? Like whom? There's our parents, the school, the police? Ah, Monokuma. Too bad. No outside force can ever tamper with Hope's Peak Academy's security measures. It seems like I haven't repeated this enough. Abandon your false hope and play with the rules. What's your business? Just one thing. I have been listening to your conversation through the camera, and you're all frustrating me. Be quiet. We'll make it out of here no matter what you say to us. Out? Out to where? The outside? Why are you trying so hard to get out when you already know the way? I've kindly told you about the graduation clause. Is it already gone from your memory? Should I reinstate it to you? The graduation clause said, kill! Kill a person and gain your freedom. What's preventing you from choosing the easy way? Do you ever think we'll choose to commit crime? Tsurugi's right. Won't listen to you. Get out of here. Anyway, Monokuma, who are you? Who's controlling you from behind? Monokuma is Monokuma. The most Monokuma-like Monokuma ever. You son of a bitch! Quit blabbering and answer the question. Initially, my expectation was that a murder would occur after the very first day. But what I got instead was 3 days in a row without murder. My dream of an interesting turn of events was shattered into pieces. I thought I had everything for a murder to occur, so I wondered, why did nothing happen? Then, while reading a comic about a young detective, a thought came in a flash. There wasn't a final ingredient for a murder that I haven't added. It was the motive. No one was killing because you weren't motivated. Therefore, I will give you the ultimate motive. Yes, an irresistible cause that will compel you to become a murderer. A motive? What stranger stuff are you gonna do to us? Do you remember the audio-visuals room in the school building? I put an important DVD there. Please go and check its contents. Wow, that's so fishy. Let me ask you one thing. What's your motive? What do you want to get out of us? Despair. That is all I need. Remember the rules? You're free to investigate the school at your discretion. But will there be any clues? Who knows? Watching you all struggling to reach the truth is a good source of entertainment for me. Regardless, just do your best. Ah, it just disappeared again. We're free to investigate the school? To say that with such confidence, I see. But what was that DVD about? He said it was a motive. I'll go check it. I'm the closest to the door. Are you sure? Isn't that Monokuma's trick? I don't know, but somebody should go check it. Be careful. We'll follow you as soon as we get to know what that DVD is. Okay. I'll be right back. Monokuma's motive. What would that be? I felt a drop of curiosity spreading in my mind. And at the same time, strangely, my heart was shaking in an unknown sense of fear. Anyway, let's head straight down to the audio-visuals room. Before I do that, just want to confirm that I'm actually streaming because nobody's chatted yet. That's fine. I'm used to streaming with 0 viewers. Oh, shoot! Obelisk? Well, that answers my question. Also, I didn't have 0 viewers. I thought I did, but I wasn't actually looking at the viewer count. But yeah, first victim. It's a good question, honestly. Not too sure. The audio-visuals room is in the school building. I better not get distracted and go there quick. It would be interesting if it was, like, the police officer that died. Or someone that, like, takes up a lot of lines early. Okay, which one is the audio-visuals room? I can't remember. Is there a map on here? I don't see one. Oh, this is it right here. Oh, yeah. Okay. Monica said there would be a DVD. The box wasn't here before. Is this the one he was talking about? What should I do? Of course, telling the others right away. But this strange box looks too fishy to just leave it here. The oddly suspicious box soon made me wonder what its contents would be. I'm sure the others wouldn't mind if I took a little peek at it. Inside the box were 15 DVDs stacked on top of each other, each with their names written on it. What is Monokuma trying to show us? This one has my name on. Let me just take a quick look. A while after I put the DVD into the video player, the monitor screen started to brighten. Huh? Felt like my heart stopped for a moment. When the monitor flashed and started to play the video, I was immediately able to recognize the place on the screen. It's my house. If it wasn't for the situation, I might have felt happy at the familiar sight, or perhaps been soaked in a pool of nostalgia. But the noise that followed cleared those thoughts from my head. What's all this sound? What's happening? Who are you? Mom? Honey? What are you? Oh, this can't be good. It seems like something has occurred to the well-being of Yuki Maeda's warm and caring family. What could have possibly happened at his house? Look for the answer after graduation. What was that? What the hell was that video? Yuki, is something wrong? Are you okay, Yuki? You didn't come back, so we decided to check on here. The others are on their way too. I heard Tsurugi and Akane say something, but that was not my focus at the moment. I have to get out of here. I have to get out and go back to my family. Calm down, Yuki. Tell me what happened. Hey, what's all this screaming about? I could hear it from the other end of the hallway. I was finally able to return to my senses minutes after Tsurugi held me still. I saw that everyone was inside the room, giving me a strange look. Already having used all my strength, I silently pointed to the box I found. The others seemed to have understood the message as they took their DVD out and started watching it. And soon, loud screams of panic and fear filled the entire room. This can't be true. This can't be. Someone tell me it's fake. This must be a lie. This is totally impossible. So, is this a surprise party? Let me out. I can't stand this place anymore. I gotta get out of here. I'm sure they've seen videos similar to mine. Their response was exactly what I expected. Damn, Monokuma. I didn't see this coming. So this is the motive. I see. What should we do? What should we do? How do we... Darn it. I need to get out, but how? There is a way out. What way? Is there anything other than murder? Oh. It was in a matter of seconds. Murder is the only way out. That short reminder was sufficient to bring the atmosphere of distrust that prevailed on the first day. We didn't know where we are, or how things are going on the outside world, but those weren't enough to make us feel the actual weight of the situation. Being given a small motive for escape, we were now slowly beginning to accept it as real. I'm not sure if it's a small motive per se. These people might kill someone to get out. No way. We were friends for quite a while now. That kind of optimism was not acceptable anymore. None of us should be fully trusted. I was no exception. Everyone, calm down. Wouldn't this be exactly what Monokuma wants us to do? Monokuma wants us to kill each other. We'll only do him good if we can't keep our trust. Are you sure that we should keep this stupid trust? Fuck off. So, what did we find for 3 days without killing? Absolutely nothing. Who knows? Maybe we'll get to find someone dead now. No way. That can't happen in here. Quit playing angels. Didn't I tell you? No one would want to socialize in the middle of a bunch of to-be murderers. We're pushed to our limits. I wouldn't be surprised if some savage bloodbath was occurring right now. Us? To be murderers? That's impossible. Right. Let us think over the matter. The video was prepared by Monokuma, the mastermind. Would it be okay to believe it just as it was presented? Right. It's likely he tampered with it. The video looked simply too absurd to be real. Even if it was, the police would be doing nothing like apparently how they are now. So that bastard just made a fake video to make us kill? Son of a bitch. Tsurugi, what's your opinion on that? Manipulation of the video. It's surely a possibility, but of course, that's the only possible explanation, right? So let's all relax and be a part of your plan to stab us in the back. Stop it. Stop it. No more fighting. Following Akane's desperate cries, the room fell into silence. Despite how much we've told ourselves to trust each other, a feeling of distrust has already rooted deep inside us. Thinking back, we've known each other for only 3 days. What if you got a strong motive to get out? And what if your family was related to that cause, like in my case? We all seem exhausted. Let's return to our rooms and rest for a while. Everyone, don't even think of doing it. Show Monokuma that he can't mess with us. Sure. Would anyone here really think of murder? But Tsurugi, normally our mediator, in shock, all we could do was distancing ourselves from each other. Surrounded by the dark atmosphere, full of doubt and suspicion, we headed to our rooms. Okay. You're never gonna kill someone, right? Am I right? Right, but... What do you mean, but? Please don't think of doing anything weird. Please. I don't want to either, but I can't even trust myself. Carol, are you alright? Yes. I think I can get over it, but I'm worried about the other guys. What'd you see in your video? The courtroom. Sorry, I don't want to talk about it. So this is what it's come to. Foul suspicion as grave a sin as homicide. A man of the Christian faith must not be overtaken by such thought. Does that mean you can completely trust everyone? I simply chose not to engage in suspicion rather than trust everyone. What's the difference? Kanata, what did you see in your video? The hospital where I worked. All the patients who still needed my care. Everything was on fire. It too was horrifying to describe. But betraying everyone's trust would be worse. I can't sacrifice another person's life for my own good. Please, Mr. Maeda, promise me that you won't think of terrible things like murder. Right. Makiko, you won't think of murdering someone, right? Yes. Huh? That answer was sooner than I expected, but it felt genuine, so I was relieved. Get away from me. What's wrong, Terulia? I'm not buying that vid. There ain't nobody who would want to go out after watching that. But you see, the only way out's murder. Anyone might be coming after me. Don't you ever come near, I'm gonna butcher you first. I should back off. He's clearly not in the mood to talk. Shit. What if what I saw was real? This can't be true. This can't happen to me. I get you, Mitch, but calm down. Shut up. You can't understand me a bit. Tsurugi, what should we do? This is beyond my capability. Since these motives were so viciously designed to target the weaknesses in our minds, the best we can do now is hope that no one thinks of murder, for now. It's impossible for even you to get this under control. Frankly speaking, I'm struggling to even get a hold of myself. How did that video manage to... It's certainly within the bounds of forgery. I'm sorry for my incompetence. Please help the others relax a bit by talking with them. Okay. Do not let yourself be fooled, Yuki. The motive must have been fabricated. That's what I want to believe too. It mustn't be real. This is the most plausible explanation for its sheer absurdity. This is a trap laid out by Monokuma. By telling everyone the same thing, but it seems like they find my words hard to trust. Is it because of lack of elegance? It's not your fault. Anyone would have a hard time coping after what just happened. Yuki, I have a feeling that you aren't completely trusting my words. That does not concern me, but please do not think of doing anything out of line. I don't think there's anything up here. Nah. We're just gonna go back this way. This can't be. The school, my social status, they're gone. I have nowhere to go. Kasuna, are you okay? Don't talk to me right now. I can't bring myself to trust anyone, and honestly, I don't want to. This isn't good. She's shutting herself off. How was that? Useless. Was it a good enough reminder for what a killing game is about? You haven't changed a bit. Did you watch the motive video too? How are you still doing fine? I don't fall for some fool's attempt at trickery. Even if that motive was somehow true, I'm not the person who would give in to that. Let me say I prepared for this all along. I warned you. Nothing's more pointless than playing friends here. Stop it. We've had enough trouble. Can't you at least not make it worse? What was that loud noise? It came from near my room. Let's hurry. Haru, Kyoka, it's Satsuki. What are you doing here? Huh? Yuki! Hold on, is that... Next to their feet were two nameplates that hang beside our room doors, both shattered into pieces. The broken plates were marked Kyoka Maki and Tsurugi Kinjo. No, it wasn't me, I swear. It was Haru. I'm innocent, for real. Technically, it's all because you ran into me, Satsuki. Now you're blaming others for your fault? Very disappointing. I didn't raise you like that. Can someone please explain? How should I put this? So Haru and Satsuki were running in the hallway and bumped into each other. Then Haru did 3 amazing spins before hitting the wall, and this is what we got. I guess that's it? It's a double name tag kill. How can you laugh? I broke school property. It's against the rules. Didn't you read it? Violators are gonna get punished. Oh, they surely are. Damaging school property is strictly prohibited. Violators must be given the proper punishment. Ah, he's here! I love that scream that they threw in there. That was pretty funny. My, these nameplates that took me days to craft were smashed into pieces. Why did you show up here? Of course, to punish the perpetrator. I will never forget this. Do you have any idea how much effort it took? Wait, seriously? Hold on, this makes no sense. I'm gonna die just because I broke some nameplates? This seriously can't happen. No one told you to goof around. No running in the hallway. Even kindergartners learn that, stupid. I'm sorry, please have some mercy. Here I go. Get ready to be shattered apart like those nameplates. No! Just kidding. Huh? It's true that damaging school property is against the rules, but this clause only applies when you do it on purpose. Haruhiko's case was an accident, so you're safe. The nameplates? I got plenty of spares hanging around. Were you scared? Scared? You're such a coward, begging for your life immediately at the spot. What an amusing sight. So funny. Well then. Though not on purpose, you still broke school property. Should I call this a punishment? Anyway, put these nameplates back on. I'll really punish you if you don't. And keep in mind, you won't be exempted for a second offense, accident or not. No, I'll pick up the broken pieces so you don't get cut. Ugh, that little brat, he tricked me. Gee, what a chicken, Haru. Come on, I couldn't help it. You saw him shooting Tsurugi with a legit gun in the gym. Wouldn't you be scared if that's what happens to you? Wahaha, wahaha, stupid, stupid. What's so funny about it? Are you making fun of me? I'm glad it's settled, but can I ask you one thing? Everyone's feeling anxious because of the motive. And you guys were joking around? Sorry, I guess we could have come across as being ignorant. But I thought maybe we could ease the tension by playing around a bit. Murder, motives, anxiety, just push them to the side and have fun. That way we can all chill out and strengthen our bond. Right. At first I wondered what in the world she's talking about. Now I'm thinking playing with these two actually helped me cool off. Me too. I'm happy to have awesome friends. I see. If there's a despair that outdoes trust, overcome it with something that would counteract. Small chats and games can be great help in situations like this. Kyoka, you're amazing. I was distracted by all these negative thoughts until now. I was so out of my mind that I almost thought of murder. But as you said, if we forget about the hardships and burdens and act positive, we'll be able to overcome this situation. Aw, Yuki, you don't have to take it seriously. It's just another one of my dumb thoughts. No, I think we can make progress with your method. Right. We can start hanging out in the larger groups from tomorrow. Before escaping or finding clues, we first need to build a relationship based on mutual trust. That's what I learned today. Yuki, you're a really outgoing person. I bet you can do it better than me. Fingers crossed. School announcement. It is now 10 p.m. Nighttime is here and the diner will be off limits. Sleep tight and nighty-night. Wait, it's nighttime already? Oh, I almost forgot. I was on the way to the restroom when Kyoka caught me. Better take care of my business before it gets too late. Haru, we'll go to bed now. Make sure to put the nameplates back where they should be. Don't forget about it and get punished. Alright. Technically, you guys should help me do this, but I'll be the gentleman here. Yuki, good night to you too. I'm still worried about the others, but hopefully none of them will be thoughtless enough to commit murder. Right, of course. Thanks to Kyoka, Haru, and Satsuki, I was brought to my senses. I'll tell everyone tomorrow. The stronger our bond is, the easier it will be to fight against Monokuma. I said goodnight to Kyoka and Satsuki and returned to my room. Oh, I guess it's bedtime. Today seems to have passed pretty quick. The motive was a big shock to us from the morning. Everyone's still in panic because of it since we parted off. If this persists, things are going to get worse. I hope it's not too late. I gotta talk with reliable friends like Tsurugi and Kyoka and stop the prevailing doubt from spreading. You think it's gonna be Teruya, huh? Because he's short and dumb. 2 in 1. Maybe. Maybe. Could be. Organizing the busy thoughts in my head, I soon drifted off to sleep. Hello, everyone. It is now 7 a.m. Morning. Rise and shine, Earth sign. Let us have another lively day. Let's do this. The sooner the better. I should start calling with the others. Oh. Whoa, you scared me. Tsurugi? Ah, Yuki. I was about to knock on your door. What's the matter? I have something to say to you all, so I'm gathering everyone at the diner. Can you head there and wait until I finish calling the others? Gathering everyone. This looks good. It's exactly what I was about to do. Tsurugi's always quick to put things into action. Sure. Thanks. Go ahead. I'll be done soon. Tsurugi, you sent us here first, and he still doesn't seem to be finished. Nonetheless, it's a relief we were gathered here, just as we always did. I was worried if yesterday's events have torn our trust apart. Well, it will be if things don't turn out well this meeting. Are you still thinking about the video? That must be Monokoma's trick, to confuse us and make us fight each other. Who knows? You never know who's gonna stab you in the back. Mitch is right. I'm gonna listen to Tsurugi for now, but I can't get rid of the thought that someone in here is thinking of murder. No, that's not true. Let's have a real talk when everyone gets here. Then we can look for solutions. Speaking of everyone, what's keeping Kyoka and Mikaro so late? I find it strange also. Perhaps Mr. Kinjo is on his way to call them. You guys, did Mikaro or Kyoka come here? Huh? No, we kept staying here since you called us. They're gone. I can't find Kyoka Maki and Rei Mikaro. What? Could they still be sleeping? At that restroom? I don't think they would oversleep. Those two were quite the early birds, even out of the girls. Well, I mean, Mikaro's kind of pulling up Byakuya here, so... She's basically female Byakuya, it seems like. Alright, sorry, but I have to ask you all to come out and help me search for Kyoka and Mikaro. Are you okay? You don't look so good. Wait a minute. If the early birds aren't showing up, something must have happened, huh? To them? Don't tell me. What are you talking about? That's not possible. They're just being late. Anyway, let's be quick. Kyoka and Mikaro disappeared. Did something happen to those two? No way. That's impossible. But then, what is this dreadful sensation pressing against my heart? I decided to put off these distracting thoughts and join the search. Ayame, did you find them? Unfortunately, no. It looks like they're not in the room. I tried knocking on their doors and ringing the bell, but there was no response. It might be because they're still asleep, but then I don't think those two would ever sleep in. Thank you for the sub, Hibiki fan. I appreciate it. I'm not that surprised about Mikaro, but Kyoka was an early bird too. Yes, 2 days ago, Akane, Kyoka, and I had a talk with each other. I said that Kyoka was a very diligent person, contrary to my first impression. Anyhow, where could they possibly be? I'm even more concerned because of yesterday's mess. Don't worry, they'll be fine. Nothing would happen. Uh-oh, what was that? It sounded like Akane from the girls' restroom. Let's hurry. Okay, but you're not allowed in there, Yuki. Akane, what's happened? Ah, ah. Is there something inside? I clutched my palpitating heart and pushed Akane to the side, trembling with extreme anxiety. I stepped forward to look inside the girls' restroom. Uh-oh. No, that can't be. This shouldn't be a big deal. Yeah, there's no way that could happen. No way. Uh-oh. Who is it? Our ultimate sniper. What I saw. What I found there was... Yep. No longer with her usual vitality. The lifeless body of the ultimate sniper, Kyoka Maki. We got our first murder victim. An eye for an eye, a death for a death. What is it, Yuki? Oh, did they not see? Did you not see, Ayame? This can't be. Kyoka's, I don't want to scream. I have neighbors. I live in an apartment. A body has been discovered. Wait. No. We can do a better one than that. A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, a class trial will begin. How was that? How was that for a Monokuma impression? What was that announcement? Before that, we need to tell the others. I'll go then. I was still screaming on the spot, and by the time I regained my composure, everyone was gathered in front of the girls' restroom. Well, we got a new, a different location for the killing this time. Oh, we have to, like, talk with everybody, don't we? Kyoka, just why? You didn't deserve this. Kyoka, what made you like this? Damn it. Damn it. I can't believe it. How could I let something like this happen? I don't deserve to be a police officer. I must be having a bad dream. Can someone wake me up? Guys? Anyone? Somebody's murdered. For real. Yeah, I just want to, like, talk to them all real quick. Why did this happen? I can't understand it. Weren't we all good friends? Wow, Papa. Kyoka. When the announcement came, I felt that something sinister was due to occur. It seems like my senses were unfortunately correct. For now, let us wish that she may find peace. I didn't want to believe the announcement when I heard it. How? How could this happen? No way. Someone's actually dead? It's not a surprise party? Okay. The dreadful scene was still visible inside the girls' restroom. Yuki, it's dangerous to go in. But he's right. I heard this from Monokuma the other day while walking in the hallway. The machine guns will roast us into ashes if we try to enter the restroom of the opposite sex. But Kyoka's in there. We can't even check on her? Yuki, calm yourself. Let the girls get to her. No, please don't. I ask you all to refrain from doing anything that may disrupt the crime scene. Nunyan, we got our first murder victim. You missed the scene. She was in the girls' bathroom with a noose around her neck. So we don't know officially that it's a murder, but I mean it probably is. And you also missed my my Monokuma voice. A body has been discovered. I don't know how accurate I am with that, but it's better than I thought it would be, honestly. All right. Yeah, the ultimate sniper has been killed. Kyoka. Tsurugi, I don't think you have to act like a policeman here. A friend of ours died, and you're just acting like it's another day of your job? I apologize. I'm also reflecting on my own inability that caused this tragedy. I don't deserve to stand here with you. But still, I ask for your cooperation. We have to investigate the situation and find the truth. The truth? What do you mean by that? Why do you think Kyoka died? Or tell me, were you thinking she just killed herself because of that rope around her neck? That Kyoka was really murdered? Bingo! That would be correct! Kyoka Maki was murdered! Monokuma, you son of a bitch! Wait a second. Isn't it still possible for her to have killed herself? We haven't even started the investigation yet. Suicide? Nonsense. I can say this for sure. Kyoka was murdered by another person. And the perpetrator of such a crime is, of course, one of you guys. That can't be true. Wait, hold up. I kind of did that in Monokuma's voice. That can't be true. One of us is the culprit? Certainly. That someone must have wanted to get out so badly after seeing my motive video yesterday. Not that I'll blame anyone for it. After all, it's just natural human tendency. You can't really call that wrong, can you? Nothing is wrong. About a murder? Do you not know that homicide is the worst possible crime a person can commit? Silly girl. That type of reasoning only works outside. You live in a different world, one that consists entirely of this school. In other words, the only law that exists here is the school regulations. There's really a murderer among us? Oh, he said it. He said the line. Also, let me know how the volume is. I adjusted the game volume itself. So now the blurps aren't super quiet anymore. Who is it? Who's the killer? You damn criminal. Stop this bullshit, now. You're scaring me. A friendly reminder that bear hunting is illegal here. Anyway, don't be so mad. Relax, I'm here to help, not to harm. Help? You see, boys, weren't you having trouble because you can't enter the girls' restroom? But that will prevent a fair investigation from happening, so in this case, the restroom sensor will be disabled until the end of the class trial. Of course, this doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. As the headmaster, I promote healthy relationships between boys and girls. Investigation? For what? When a friend of ours just died. Investigate the case for the upcoming class trial. What else could it be? Could it be class trial? That's right. Didn't I tell you, in order to graduate, you have to win the class trial after murdering someone? How will the Blackened deceive the others while hiding their own identity? How will the remaining spotless find the Blackened? Ah, the thrills! The investigation is all for that. Have you ever seen a detective who points out the culprit without any prior investigation? You bastard. You gotta be kidding us. Well, spend your time wisely till I call you again. Last but not least, here's a bonus for y'all. I'll give you this, namely the Monokuma file. It's meant to be a guide to those who haven't encountered this kind of situation before. It contains some useful information like the cause of death and fatal injury. Well, some of you are experts on this field and may not need this. But it doesn't hurt to have one, does it? Don't you want one too? Here you go. Ooh, poo, poo. The cause of death? How do you even know that? Because I thought right through the surveillance camera. What do you think I do at night? Hibernating? Wrong. I'm always watching you. Would that mean you already know the culprit? Glad to hear that. I was wondering if Monokuma was trying to trick us again. As long as I have a fair game, I'm fine. Makaro, where have you been all this time? At the entrance to investigate. I came here when I heard a body was discovered. Liar. What? How can you be this late when there's a murder? Especially when you love to be so nosy like that. Yeah, right. How are you the only one missing when we were all here? What are these morons talking about? Just confess it already. Aren't you the killer? Wait, stop. It's not the time to fight against each other. What is this? Now I'm suddenly left out. Well, that's fine. I won't let this get on me. Everyone, good luck on the investigation and see you later. After Monokuma left, no one dared to let out a word for a very long time. It was only natural. One of the 14 standing people here has murdered Kyoka. The familiar tension in the atmosphere. Eyes doubting each other. My camera zoomed in. Hold up, I gotta fix that. I don't know why. It just zooms in sometimes automatically. I've been having like weird issues with that. There we go. Okay, we're back to normal. The conflict was already at its climax. So, are we planning to do this forever? Huh? Will we stand here for the remainder of our time, doing nothing at all? Monokuma said that the punishment awaits the losing party of the trial. Punishment? Does that mean execution? Indeed. We all die if we fail to find the truth. That's why we have to do this. I have to do this. I will die if I don't. By doing this, I will need to question every one of us and point out someone as the culprit. Still, I must do it. If I don't want to die, if I want to survive, it's inevitable. When I became aware of my surroundings again, I found myself unknowingly entering the girl's restroom. Were you expecting her to be the first victim? No, not at all. Not at all. I definitely thought it would be someone that had more lines in this game. It hurt that I had to doubt a friend, but a weird yet more intense feeling was boiling up inside me. I want to know, why did this happen to Kyoka? Who's the culprit that killed her? I want to find out. Curiosity took over my reason. And what do I want to do with it? I want to find that out as well. For now, it may be better to follow this intense craving for knowledge. Damn. I will do it. I will expose the culprit and survive this game. That's the only option I have, right? Time to investigate. Before starting the investigation, let's read the Monokuma file first. I may get something out of it. The victim is Kyoka Maki. The estimated time of death is around 6 a.m. The body was discovered hanging in the girls' restroom of the student dormitory. The cause of death is a contusion to the occiput. Occiput? There seems to have been excessive blood loss from the wound. Basically just bonked on the head. Cause of death? Bonked on the head. Is this it? Some more information would have helped. Well, I guess I'll have to start from here. Let's check anything that looks suspicious, and it might be a good idea to talk with other people so we can share our knowledge. I will find out the truth. Yes, I will. The investigation has begun. You have to collect truth bullets that will be used as evidence in the class trial. Go everywhere you can reach, and look closely at suspicious objects to collect truth bullets. The class trial will begin once you collect all of them. Investigate thoroughly. Oh, here's a handy tip. When you press shift, a mark will appear on top of the things where you can find evidence from. This is entirely separate from the usual blue exclamation mark. Use it wisely. You can check on truth bullets that you have obtained in your e-handbook. Monokuma File 1 has been added to the truth bullets section of your handbook. Alright, here we go. Well, first, I just want to see if I can find a monocoin real quick. This is probably the only time I'll get access to the girls' restroom. So I just wanted to be absolutely sure. Imagine if this actually happened during an investigation. Like... Hey Yuki, aren't you gonna investigate? I am investigating. I'm looking for monocoins. What about the body? Oh, don't worry. We have plenty of time. No monocoins in here? Okay. Well, let's go ahead and check out the body. Kyoka's body. Ugh. This is a real death of a human. As I've watched from up close, I felt like it was becoming extremely closer to death itself. Kyoka. Last night, it was Kyoka who saved me from losing my mind after watching The Motive. In a situation where you can't even trust yourself, her bright smile drove negative thoughts away. Why did this happen to you? I shouldn't run away from reality. No matter what, I have to face it and move forward for Kyoka's sake. I think the professionals like Tsurugi and Kanata have already examined the body, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to look it over myself. Do you like Kyoka based on what you learned about her? I hardly know anything about her, so I don't think I can make that judgment. We've barely interacted. We just met. Sorry, Kyoka. I'll check on your body real quick. She wasn't as integral to the story as Sayaka was in the first chapter, so I think it makes it harder for her to leave an impression. Struggling to keep myself from retching, I inspected Kyoka's body. According to the Monokuma file, the death happened about 3 hours ago. Only 3 hours have passed, but there wasn't even a tiny bit of life left in Kyoka's body. Anyway, the Monokuma file said that the cause of death is a contusion to the occiput. I carefully examined the back of Kyoka's head. There really was a large bruise on Kyoka's head. It created a giant dip on the skin. Something's not right. How is there not a single drop of blood on the body when there's an injury like this? The culprit could have wiped it away to get rid of remaining evidence. But that would be pointless since the Monokuma file tells us everything. I don't know, maybe she was thrown into the shower? Kyoka. Huh? What's this? While examining Kyoka's body, I suddenly realized that she was holding something in her hand. This looks like a piece of paper. With some effort, I pulled out a scrap of paper that seemed to have been ripped out of a notepad from Kyoka's stiffening clutch. A notepad. I wonder if it's from the ones Monokuma put in each of our rooms. There's something written on the paper. To the laundry room at 6. To any cam, be waiting. This would be a fairly important piece of evidence. 6 o'clock is precisely Kyoka's time of death. The killer must have called Kyoka with this. Torn note has been added to the truth bullets section of your handbook. I don't think there's anything else special. Plus, I don't want to touch a dead friend's body any longer. This may sound harsh, but are there any characters you're hoping become the next victim? I suddenly prayed for her. Not really. Nope, nobody's really pissed me off, and I think maybe the lack of voice acting has contributed to that, because sometimes when I hear, like, their stupid fucking voices, then I'll start to actually dislike them. Anyway, there's something on the wall. A viscous liquid with a dark yellow color is splattering on the wall. It felt more slippery than I thought when I gently touched it. It's oddly disturbing. I tried smelling the liquid on my finger. Is it piss? Yuck, it stinks. What is this smell? It's somehow familiar. Is it piss? Have you smelt that liquid? Yeah, do you know what it is? Well, I cannot say for certain, but I believe the odor is closest to that of rubber. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that sounds pretty accurate. But it's not just rubber, it smells terrible, like an ugly mixture of rubber and oil. It's on the floor too. What do you think it is? Maybe it's been here since the first day, though that's unlikely. Does it not look like the stain is headed towards Kyoko's body? Genji made a convincing point. An explanation I can think of is the liquid trickled down the wall into the floor, eventually flowing towards Kyoko's body. Oh shit, it's Monokuma! Hi, Monokuma. A body has... Wait, let me try and do that impression. for Monokuma in the chat. A body has been discovered! I hope that was alright. I think this is an important piece of evidence related to the case, too. But I still don't have enough clues yet. Rubber-smelling liquid has been added to the truth bullets section of your handbook. Alright, cool. There's a blood puddle here. There's a small bloodstain right in front of Kyoko's body. Remind me to never hire you to announce the bodies. I think that's a job that you want to handle yourself, but sure. Got it. A bloodstain. Does that mean the hanging has nothing to do with the case? Speaking of that, the second game's in an interesting state right now. It's got voice acting, but only the first half has been dubbed currently. Okay. A bloodstain. Does that mean the hanging has nothing to do with the case? I'm sure hanging itself won't make you bleed. But there wasn't any notable bloodstains on her. All I found was a thick clot smeared on the hair near the bruise. I suppose the culprit wiped the blood on the body. Bloodstain near body has been added to your truth bullets. Please help! Nagito won't stop chasing me around, rambling about hope. I'm sorry, Hajime. I don't think there's anything I can do about that. This is great. We got the roleplay comments in here. That's when you know you're starting to make it, man. Love it. Alright, I guess we talked to everybody now. Kanata, are you alright? It hurts me emotionally to do this, but I shouldn't avoid it, right? Because this is our only option? Yes, this is the only thing we can do. I'll do everything I can. To help everyone as much as possible. Oh, Nagito's here too. Great. You can't escape hope, Hajime. Oh, that's great. That's great. I'll do everything I can to help everyone as much as possible so we can uncover the truth. Thanks. Did you read the Monokuma file? Yes. There wasn't anything particularly remarkable. Kanata, do you think we can trust the Monokuma file? I mean, it might give us false information to throw us off. I came up with the same question and examined the body by myself. I'm sure the information given in the Monokuma file is true. The time and the cause of the death mostly seems to match. About yesterday, this is still a very random choice, but how good do you think you'd be doing at a Sean Connery impression? I don't know, man. I don't even remember like what roles he had or anything. I don't know celebrities that well. So that kind of like makes it challenging for me. I think you're better off asking me to do impressions for Danganronpa characters, and even then, I'm gonna be pretty bad at most of them. I see. I thought it could be Monokuma's trap. Guess I should start from here. Well, there are very little clues. This is just my opinion, but don't you think Ms. Maki's body looks a bit odd? Odd? My examination results agree with the Monokuma file statement that the cause of death was a contusion on the occiput. Yeah, I didn't watch any of the James Bond. I have not seen a single James Bond movie. That doesn't help me in the slightest. That would mean Mr. Maki's fatal injury was on the back of her head. Then why is she hanged? Oh yeah, I don't see a reason for the culprit to hang her. Unless they were planning to choke her to death. I was puzzled also. They proceeded to check Mizumaki's neck. The rope wasn't even tight. When a person is hanged, there should be a clear mark, or in worst cases, blue discolorations on the skin that was in contact with the rope. But there is barely a mark on her neck, and I can't quite understand the cause. I guess if we have the ultimate surgeon and the ultimate police officer, we're gonna have a pretty easy time doing just investigating the body, I guess. Chicken not stirred. I've only heard that in parodies. Judging from the state of the body, I would rather say the rope has simply wrapped around her neck than hanged her. So Kyoka was not hanged. We know the actual cause of death is a contusion. The rope has nothing to do with it. Then why? I think this will be important. Thank you, Kanata. My pleasure. My medical knowledge is far from perfect, but I'm glad I can help you. If only I was skilled enough to bring the dead back to life, Ms. Maki wouldn't have gone through all this. I think she would have. You just bring her back to life. No one could ever bring a dead person back to life, so don't bring yourself, Kanata. Okay, thank you, Mr. Maeda. I'll continue the autopsy in case I missed anything. And I feel so bad for Miss Maki when I leave her alone, so just don't push yourself so hard. Kanata's testimony has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook. Mikako, what are you staring at like that? The rope. There. The rope. It's strange. The rope hanging Kyoka is strange. The hook. Huh? No, she's right. I was too shocked by the sight of Kyoka's corpse to notice it earlier. But now that I see that the rope is fixed to the ceiling bar by a hook. But who's my guess on the culprit? Well, the ultimate professor is going to be the immediate target, so that's kind of a red herring. So it pretty much rules her out. I can't rule anybody else out, though. How is it strange? It was probably just used to hold the rope in place. Wouldn't it be funny if the clown was actually the killer the whole time? I could definitely see that. I think you'd miss a huge opportunity not to have a killer clown in this game if you're gonna have a clown in the game. If it was done from the inside, it cannot be tied like that. Huh? What do you mean? Oh, I thought we were finally having an actual conversation, but she went silent again. Still, I think she knows something. That means there's something about that hook. Okay. Truly a regrettable incident. I have been bracing myself to a degree, but reality still seems capable of exceeding our worst expectations. It's making me feel like I'm out of hope, but we must find the culprit, both for Kyoka and our own good. Well, that explains. There's no evidence hidden, because how did the culprit miss the note in Maki's hand? I agree. We should investigate to the extent of our capabilities and combine our knowledge. Yeah, usually the first killer leaves behind a good chunk of evidence, especially in the first game. Additionally, there are still several of us who are in a panic and need some time before joining us to investigate. I feel like the first chapter burger is almost like a tutorial level. If possible, I want you to comfort them and help them regain their composure. I think I'm one of those several people too, but okay, I'll try. Kyoka, damn it. You were alright last night. We had fun together. They had fun together. It's only a few hours since we last talked with her. But this is reality, right? I can't let myself be overtaken by grief. Did you have a fling with the sniper, Haru? I can't say I'm smart, but I'll try to get to the best of my ability. Or, I'll try to the best of my ability. I'm gonna find out who did this to you, Kyoka. Let's help each other out. Is he puking? Tsuruya, are you okay? Oh, he's just crying. Can't believe someone really died. A real dead person. Oh, Tsuruya. It's not that I don't feel sad like you, but if we don't do this, we're gonna be killed. I can't do it. And how am I supposed to investigate when I'm feeling like this? Maybe these are crocodile tears. Maybe Teruya is the killer. With someone who might be a murderer. Listen, I won't force you to do anything you don't like. But if you keep being negative like that, we might lose an opportunity to uncover the truth, and that will mean game over for us. If that's what you want, keep standing there like that. Okay. Is there anything else I need to explore here? I mean, we already saw the Monokuma file. Is that everything? Yuki, what are we supposed to do? Someone actually died. The situation might seem hopeless, but we have to try. If we don't, we're going to die too. We're gonna die? Monokuma told us in the class trial. If we fail to uncover the truth, we're going to be executed. We can't let that happen. What I'm saying is, it's hard to face what happened to Kyoka. But for her sake, we need to figure out the truth. Oh, I hope it's not Yuki. I hope it's not Yuki, but it could be. Okay, I'll do it for Kyoka. I'm not much of an intellect, but I'll do everything I can. Sorry, I hope it's not Akane. Yuki is the mink. I mean, it could be, I guess. But I meant to say Akane. You don't actually see any picture for Yuki, and I forgot her name was Akane. I just met these guys, okay? Give me a break. And when I find out the truth, I will never forget the person who murdered Kyoka. She seems to feel a bit better. But maybe it was her. Don't trust anyone. Kazuna Tomori. I think she is going to be a murderer, but I think it's going to be later in the game. Damn it. Why do I have to do this? Kazuna? What the? Who is it? It's me, Yuki. Did I surprise you that much? Yuki. It wasn't you, right? You're not the killer. Of course not. I would never kill someone. Yeah, it's easy for anyone to say that. Kazuna. Whatever this class trial is, I don't care. I just want to get out of this fucking place. Kazuna, try to calm down. Just leave me alone. I don't want to talk with someone who might be a murderer. It seems like Kyoka's death caused her to completely lose her trust in others. What are you looking at, useless? Karu? When the murder happened, what made you come late? Why should I tell you? Besides, I told you not to talk to me. I was investigating the entrance hall. There was something of particular interest. Was it more important than a friend's death? Friend? Since when were you guys and I friends? You... Well, I admit an actual murder happening was beyond my expectation, but should I be shocked by every single incident that occurs here? Hey, friend or not, I don't think that's how we should react to a person's death. Huh, so what? I was born like this. That's why I'm different from the rest of you. I mean, it could be Kazuna, for sure. I wouldn't rule out that possibility. It just seems, I don't know, kind of seems like a waste for her character to die this early. Why don't you quit wasting time and go investigate? The class trial is a piece of cake for me. But I'm not going to offer any help. Are you saying you already cracked the case? Absolutely. Are you playing me for a fool? This whole murder case is a joke. Not because you're the culprit. Now look at us treating an innocent person like a criminal just because I was late. Suspecting your friend to be a murderer? Is that the mutual trust you guys were so busy talking about? But I don't know the culprit yet. And you look the most suspicious right now because of that extra time you took. Suppose I am the culprit. Can you give me a reason why I would commit murder? Do you think I'm foolish enough to be swayed by some dumb video? So give me a proper explanation. There's no evidence to actually claim. Are you an idiot? Sure, there's no evidence nor any witnesses. But even if I was late for another reason, nothing would change from the truth. Coming late to the murder scene despite the announcement is suspicious enough. This is a waste of time. Get lost if you don't get what I'm saying. I have things to check on. I can't spare time for morons. Hikaru. Why do you always have to... Jeez, what a nuisance. Why are you acting so friendly anyway? Didn't you get enough? If you still want more, go see that brawny lawyer. He'll prove my innocence. Well, that gives us something to work with. Right, Makaru? I can't understand her. Disregarding everyone else for incompetence, not even caring the slightest bit about a murder. I'll have to admit her reasoning and research skills are exceptional, and becoming a top university professor at her age certainly isn't an easy thing to do. But did she have to be so hostile and antagonistic all the time? Well, this is not the time to think about that. Class trial will begin soon. I need to dig up more details about the culprit. The brawny lawyer Makaru mentioned must be Kakaru. She said he'll prove her innocence. I should go talk to him. Where is he, though? Damn. This isn't ordinary business that's going on. That goddamn Monokuma. A person died and we aren't allowed to have any time to give her condolences? Monokuma can be really cruel at times. Yuki, you got any ideas about the culprit? Not yet. Me neither. God, I hope we're not doomed yet. Is that this room? Oh wait, it's over here, right? Oh, it's the laundry room. Wait! Hold up! Bloodstain in the laundry room! The sudden sight took me by surprise. Blood in the laundry room. Wait, the body was in the girl's restroom? Why is blood splattered all over here on the floor? Bloodstain in the laundry room. What I can infer from this is, could it be? We found a clue. Bloodstain in the laundry room. Yuki. What did we do? Kyoka's really dead? Calm down, Satsuki. I know... Satsuki, probably. I know it can be confusing, but if you give up here, everything will be over for real. Think of what you can do right now. Yes, so Satsuki came on an expedition to investigate the school building, because nobody seems to care about it, and got 0 clues. Cheer up. Just remember that we need to investigate and move forward. You again? What is it now? Why did you come to me again? Well, you said there was something that caught your interest. I was wondering what it was. Which happens to be none of your business. Didn't I also say I won't give you help? It's more of a minor thing. Look inside the shop if you're curious. A useless guy like you won't see it anyway. This is the antique store. A place filled with bizarre odds and ends not found anywhere else in the building. I thought the culprit might have gotten their tools from the murder for here, but... for murder from here. But, as I didn't come here very often, everything only looks the same. If only we had an expert on the store. Wait a minute, wasn't there someone? Stores sell things. Someone who's an expert on selling things. That person might know something about this. I should go ask him. We'll go check that out real quick. Yeah. Let's go ask him. Yuki, what should I do? What should... Snap out of it, Teruya. We need to uncover the truth. But, how can I walk around like nothing's happened when someone's dead for real? Nobody thinks that nothing's happened. We're only putting our feelings aside for something more important. You have to get over that despair. Even if you say so. My specialty is appraising and selling things. Not this kind of job. That's one of those fields where I screw up a bunch at. No, there is something you can do. That's why I came to you in the first place. Something I can do. Teruya. Didn't you visit the antique store pretty often? The antique store? 'Tis true, I took quite an interest in that place. It has a ton of items of considerable worth. Speaking of that, I think the room looked a bit different this morning from what it used to look before. Really? Are you sure? I think so. I checked the place where we were looking for Kyoka and Makaru, and the layout of the room was slightly off from normal. You memorize the whole layout of the room? What you mean the whole layout? It's common sense that a product needs to be in perfect layout to convey its full value to the customers. When I was 6, I learned the hard way how much the layout can influence a daily sales. If you say so, then that must be true. Wait, Why was the layout suddenly out of place? About the rope and hook, Teruya. Did you see them at the antique store? Dunno. I didn't look over everything in there yet. But I can say this for sure. The storage didn't have anything like those, I'm positive. Then the culprit may have gotten the supplies needed for this murder from the antique store. How'd you figure that out? You're smart. Because of what you just told me, Teruya. It's all thanks to you. Thanks to me? Are you starting to feel better now? Always bright and cheerful. That's the Teruya I know. Yuki, you're right. I feel better after all this talking. Everyone will feel sad, I'm not an exception. But there's moments in life where we must do things we don't want to do, right? Let's find the culprit who murdered Kyoka. We'll find out the truth. Yeah, of course we will. We can get there. Let's do this. I think I was able to cheer up Teruya a bit. That's a relief. Anyway, what if Teruya's... Anyway, if what Teruya said is true, the culprit should be someone who went to the antique store after yesterday. Okay, cool. We got a little something something. Oh, yeah. There he is. And there's a hammer. This is... Yuki, that's a hammer. There's blood on it. Blood? And could it be the... You were standing right next to it. You should know. Yeah, it's most likely the murder weapon. The hammer was about 30 centimeters long, and the metal part was really hard. Kyoka was hit by this hideous thing. It must have been scary and painful. There's a crumpled spear in the corner of the garbage dump. What is this? Having lost its spherical shape, the strange object was leaking a dark yellow liquid with an awful smell. Yuck, the smell. That must be rubber, right? When I carefully touched the oozing liquid, I felt a slimy and thick stickiness. A rubber ball. Maybe this is related to the case. I know there was nothing like this in the trash room before the murder. But what is this feeling? I feel like I saw something like this before. I think I found something, but I'm not quite sure. Karo, can I talk to you for a sec? Yeah. Yes, another Danganronpa in 2026, because I started playing Danganronpa in 2025, so I'm catching up on everything. Huh? What's the matter? I tried to ask Mikaro about the reason she was late. She kept insisting she was innocent, and then told me you might know something. Oh, Mikaro, that aloof girl. Did you know why she came late by any chance? Yeah. I should have said it earlier, but when we were all looking for her this morning, I knew where she was. It's just that I couldn't find the right time to tell everyone. Really? How did you know? I woke up at 6 in the morning, so I decided to head to the restroom. That's when I saw Mikaro. I asked her where she was going, and she said, off to investigate, now get lost. Then she went toward the school wing. If Kikaro was telling the truth, it looks like Mikaro really was investigating the entrance hall. But, after that, when did you see her again? Well, after that, I went to the restroom and then directly back to my room. So I didn't see her until after the murder. All of us besides Kyoka, Ricardo, and Tsurugi were in the diner since 7 a.m. Ricardo said she was in the entrance hall up until the announcement. None of us can really prove that, right? That's true, but I don't think Mikaro was the culprit. Because you see, I met her at 6 o'clock. According to the Monokuma file, Kyoka's time of death was also around 6 a.m. You're right. If Mikaro went to the school building at 6, she wouldn't have had enough time to come back here, kill Kyoka, hang her and all. I wasn't in the hallway for long, but it was silent out there, and it didn't look like Mikaro was going to head back my way. I suppose we can't say she's the culprit of her because of her being late then. Wait, does that mean Kyoka was being murdered in the restroom when I met Mikaro? If only. I wasn't so dense. It's not your fault, Kikaro. Don't blame yourself. Kakaru. Probably Kakaru, actually. Okay. The one who's responsible here is the culprit. No, it's Monokuma who caused all this. Shoot. How could I have not noticed? Anyway, thanks for telling. No problem. Let's try investigating some more. I don't know what else there is to investigate now. I am playing this blind. I actually haven't been spoiled about anything. Not yet, anyway. I know... From my experience of playing the Danganronpa games live on stream, there are people that pull up into the chat with spoilers. And the mods usually do a pretty good job of getting rid of that. But I have seen it in the past. Also, I got distracted and I forgot to narrate the language here. But no spoilers so far for this. Look, what? The door? Don't you see that? Yeah, I see that it's your room. This is a key piece of evidence. Your room is a key piece of evidence? Not the room. Look at the nameplate. I don't know what you're trying to say, Tsurugi. I see that it's your room, but... No, this is not my room. What do you mean by that? I don't know exactly what happened and how the nameplates were switched. They're switched? Yes, with Kyoko's, and she happens to be the victim of this case. Come over here. This is my actual room. That's... Next to the door that Tsurugi pointed out as his room was a plate that read Kyoka Maki. I noticed it when I was going around to call you guys in the morning. I wasn't aware of the murder back then, so I assumed I could manage it later. But looking back now, I think this tells me the overall flow of events. You can see what happened just from this? Roughly. Combined with evidence gathered from other places. I have some experience in this field after all. Oh right, he is the ultimate police officer. He encountered actual murder cases before. He would certainly know what to do in this sort of situation. Switch nameplates has been added to the truth bullet section of your notebook. Yuki. Besides that, I need to know something. Do you know who switched the nameplates around? Even if you say so. Ah, I remember from last night. Ha, were you scared? Scared? You're such a coward, begging for your life immediately at the spot. What an amusing sight. Poo-ha-ha-ha, so funny. Well then, though not on purpose, you still broke the nameplates. Should I call this a punishment? Anyway, put these nameplates back on. I'll really punish you if you don't. And keep in mind, you won't be exempted for a second offense, accident or not. Now, I'll pick up the broken pieces so you don't get cut. Oop, oop, oop. I think I know who that was. Really. But even if you did, why? Make sure to hold on tight to that information. This nameplate is most likely related to the root cause of Kyoka's death. Tsurugi, are you okay with me not telling you who switched the nameplates? I won't mind it, but there's no need if you know who it was. We'll talk more in the class trial. If it bugs you so much, you could try talking with that person right now. Oh, time to go find Haru. Ah, Yuki. Sorry for not being much help. I'm trying my best to investigate, but I don't understand anything. What should I do? Oh, hey, Haru. I have a question for you. For me? What is it? When we were with Kyoka and Satsuki last night, what did you do after getting back from the restroom? Oh, that? You know that I broke the nameplates, so I just put the new ones back up like Monokuma told me to. You guys were gone by then. It was a bit lonely doing it all by myself, you know? Is that all? What's the matter, Yuki? Did I say something wrong? I went straight to bed after putting them back on. So the two nameplates that you broke yesterday, did they belong to Kyoka and Tsurugi? Kyoka and Tsurugi? Yeah, I think so. I'll be frank here. Since last night, the nameplates on Kyoka and Tsurugi's rooms have been switched. Switched? Yeah, Tsurugi said it'll be an important piece of evidence. But I couldn't think of anyone else than you that could have messed with them. And one of the nameplates belongs to Kyoka, the victim. Isn't this too much to be a coincidence? Wait a sec. Switched? They're switched? Did I? What is it, Hardo? It's probably my fault that the nameplates were switched. So you really did. Why did you switch them? Is it because you're the culprit? No, trust me, please. I'm innocent. Okay, I trust you. So can you explain why you switched the nameplates around? Well, actually, I normally don't pay a lot of attention to the dorm rooms. So it was a bit difficult to see whose room was whose. I mean, I wasn't sure where Yoka and Tsurugi's nameplates originally were. Plus that restroom trip in the middle just kept adding to the confusion. And I didn't want to bother anyone when they'd just gone to sleep. So I put them back based on my vague memory. But I must have done it wrong. I'm sorry. So that's what happened. Alright. I don't know how this connects to the case yet, but it seems like an important clue. I really didn't know. Don't assume I'm the culprit just because I did it. I won't. Thanks for telling the truth. Oh, is that everything? Announcement from Headmaster Monokuma. Looks like all of you are tired of waiting. Shall we begin then? Our very first class trial. Yes, this is a fan game, King Brennis. Good to see you again. This is Danganronpa Another, and it is one of the most popular Danganronpa fan games in the sense that it is actually complete. Like, the first one was made and finished, I think. I'm not sure about the second one. I thought it was made and finished, but maybe it's still in progress. But there is, like, an entire fan game with, like, different characters and everything. It's great. This was made in, like, it looks like an old version of RPG Maker. It's time. If we fail to identify the culprit in the class trial, we die. I really don't want to go through this, but I don't have a choice. This is the only way. The door with the carpet in the school area. I should go there. Wait, what's the spot? Oh, right here. Remember to save frequently. This must be the place Monokuma told us to come. The courtroom. Kyoka? The ultimate sniper. Kick the bucket. Ah, Yuki, you're here. I was about to get worried. Were you trying to run away from your crime? Are you saying I'm the killer? Don't get ahead of yourself. We'll eventually find out the culprit, even if we don't want to. Even if it is the wrong answer. Since we came this far, did everyone get ready? To be or not to be? Dead or alive? That is the question. Stop joking around. We're trying to be serious. Hey, you all listen. Haruhiko is right. This ain't an ordinary trial. Our lives depend on it. So quit whining and pull yourselves together. Mr. Yamaguchi? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong with you guys? You're all loosened up. You'll never get anywhere near the truth with that mindset. Pwahaha. It's like he switched into his alternate personality with a sneeze. Kokero, did you eat something wrong? Or Kakeru, I think. Kakeru. Shut your trap, wimps. I'm always like this in the courtroom. If you're pissed off by how I am, challenge me with a decisive proof in the trial. Yeah, he's actually the ultimate lawyer. Where did that stammering coward go? I've always wondered how Kakeru became a lawyer with all his shyness. Though a sudden change came to me as a surprise, it made me understand why he was the ultimate lawyer right away. That powerful voice and spirit will surely give him a great advantage in court. The only problem is, he sounds more like a gangster than a lawyer. Yo! Looks like everyone's here. Take that elevator and come underground. I'll be waiting for you guys. It's time for the real. Let's hope we'll do our best. Alright. I don't think I need to talk to everybody this time, but I will talk to Akane. Kyoko will be watching us from up above. Let's find her murderer and help her find peace. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. Is everyone ready? Let's hit it. We'll reveal the truth, right? In this trial. Right, in this trial to find Kyoko's murderer. And the culprit is... one of us. One of us is a murderer. I don't want to believe it, but thinking here won't change anything. Like Akane said, I'll hit it first, and leave the thoughts for later. The elevator descends underground with a series of clinks and clangs. Gosh, this is gonna take forever. Which floor are we on? This feels like we're going somewhere we can't never come back from. Not concerned about the uneasiness at all. The elevator slowly approached its destination. We're here. Finally! I was dying to see y'all. What is this place? It looks so flashy. I set this special courtroom just for you guys. Isn't it sick? Other courtrooms would be nothing compared to this. What the hell are you speaking? You call this a court? You better be kidding. This is contempt of court. Well, enough talking. Let's get this over with quick. Stand where your name is written. And I got the spot for Kyoko right there. Is everyone ready? We shall begin in a moment. Behold, the class trial! A circular arrangement where we can see each other's faces directly. Despite Monokuma's mischievous, almost ridiculous attitude, there was a strange tension going around here. Kyoko. She was a playful friend. And though somewhat lazy at times, she shined with positivity at every moment. When everyone else panicked at Monokuma's motive, she managed to cheer me up. Kyoko. She left our side too early. What would have she thought at her final moment? Why did she have to die? And the cruel killer who murdered Kyoko. That cold-blooded, heartless killer is hiding among us. To anyone new watching the streams, if you aren't used to it by now, every time I see Among Us in a video game, I play that sound effect. Every single time. Unless I forget. Time for the first trial of the progenitor of the Fangans, and pretty much universally agreed to be the worst one in the game, or even the duology. Fair enough. I do like the idea that it only gets better from here. And thus, Act 1 at Hope's Peak Academy begins. A life or death trial. A life or death deception. A life or death betrayal. A life or death mystery. A life or death lie. A life or death truth. A life or death class trial. Here we go, baby. Here we go. Alright. We can view our truth bullets. Not a bad idea to save progress. Begin. Yeah, Well, the dialogue was... This was originally a Korean project. So there was a translation that had to be done from Korean to English. Let us begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out the culprit, only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the black one, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. One of us is the killer? The culprit who murdered Kyoka? Of course. No way. I have to be in the same place as a real murderer? I can't do that. I know it's hard, but it's a must. We need to uncover the truth behind this case. And ultimately, reveal the culprit's identity. Wait, hold on. As you believe he was Akechi coded, when Lineage confirmed that he was inspired by a different character. Interesting. It definitely feels like Akechi from Persona 5, but I can understand. Inspiration can come from all sorts of sources. Wait, hold on. What's that? That picture of Kyoka. Wouldn't it be awful if she got left out just because she died? Friendship penetrates even death's barrier. Hey. Let me ask you something just in case. It's crucial that we know this for the trial. This is really important, so prepare to answer, dumbass. Can there be accomplices in the case? That will determine the entire course of our discussion. Can we get a meal laugh? Sure, you can get a meal laugh. I hate that when I click off the music stops. Kind of breaks the immersion. But there you go, you got a meal laugh. Alright, really important. Why sure, I can tell you that. Now, accomplices in murder may exist. However, no matter how many accomplices there are, only the one who committed the murder graduates. I see. There would be no merit for the accomplice. Kakero. He really looks like a different person. That'll do for the preamble. Let's get started then. First up is the case summary. Now, let the debate begin. Class trial. When Monokuma first mentioned it in the gym, I thought none of us would commit murder. Then a class trial would never happen. That's why I didn't think too deep about this. But it really started. The trial to find Kyoka's killer. If we fail to reveal the culprit in this trial, we'll be... No, I can't let that happen. I have to do this not only for me, but for everyone else too. To find out what really happened. And to reach the ultimate truth. I must do this with all my might. A non-stop debate is about to begin. Would you like to hear more? Absolutely. In a non-stop debate, you need to be on the lookout for contradictions in your fellow students' statements and refute them with a truth bullet. It's amazing that this was made in RPG Maker, honestly. I'm very impressed. You can fire a truth bullet by moving the red crosshair over the text marked in yellow and pressing confirm. A set of truth bullets taken from the list you obtained during the investigation will be given for each discussion topic. You must select the right truth bullet to refute the contradiction. Press shift to change the selected truth bullet. Needless to say, but firing a truth bullet at the wrong place will deplete your influence gauge. Complete depletion of the influence gauge will result in a game over, so please do be careful. You may skip through lines by pressing the arrow in the bottom right. Alright, and now we're spinning. I'm getting dizzy. Make your argument. Let us start with the basics. Kyoka Maki was the victim. She was her classmate and friend, brutally murdered this very morning. Ms. Maki, she was discovered in the girls' restroom hanging by her neck. But who could have done such a terrible thing? Look, you see, I still can't believe that a real murder happened here. I mean, this is ridiculous. Kyoka hanged herself and died by choking. How is that a murder? I'm gonna let this play out. Well, it certainly looks like a suicide at first sight. There was a rope around Kyoka's neck, but that wasn't her cause of death. It was even specified by that file. That'll prove Kyoka didn't kill herself. I'm just gonna let this play out. Oh, I think I pressed Z to shoot. And I can control this right here. How the hell did they make this? This is so impressive. In RPG Maker, out of all things, man. Well. Alright, here we go. Agility, 75%, 20 points. Miss, 0%, 30 points. Focus, 4, 35 points. I got 85 points total, I guess. Okay. At least the words aren't flying around this time, so it should be easier to shoot the contradictions. The only thing is that the target, like, moves on its own, so that's what kind of, like, adds a little bit of difficulty to it. That's wrong, Teruya. Kyoka didn't choke to death. She didn't choke to death? Then how did you explain the rope around her neck? The Monokuma file. Didn't you read it? It clearly states Kyoka's cause of death. Look, it says here, the victim is Kyoka Maki. The estimated time of death is around 6 a.m. The body was discovered hanging in the girls' restroom of the student dormitory. The cause of death is a contusion on the occiput. There seems to have been excessive blood loss from the wound. See, according to the file, Kyoka didn't die due to choking. The real cause of death is the contusion on her occiput. The back of her head. Yeah, but can we really trust that thing? I don't know if I really trust something from that old jerk Monokuma. What? Are you questioning my credibility? Oh, kids these days, they just love to judge a file by its cover. Listen, I do not tell any lies regarding the trial. I believe in fair trial more than anyone else. Don't worry, Mr. Otori. I can back up the credibility of the information. Almost everything on the Monokuma file is true. I'll guarantee you as a physician. So if Kyoka died from a contusion on her occiput, someone must have hit her on the head from the back, right? Okay, she didn't kill herself, and another person killed her. Then I guess this really is murder. Well, duh. Don't reckon it's suicide just because you're too lazy to go through the trial. Our lives are at stake here. Let's not waste our energy on pointless insults. It's already stated on the Monokuma file, but to add on my personal commentary, Kyoka's injury was very severe. The strike went through her skull and made a large depression on her head. Inferring from this, she probably died an instant death. What a devastating incident. This should not have happened. We can put those commentaries aside and talk about what actually matters. If the injury was that severe, a hard object must have been used to strike her head. The murder weapon, you mean? I expected someone would bring that up around this time. Now, won't us all talk about the weapon used to deliver the fatal blow to Kyoka? If Kyoka didn't kill herself, a blunt object other than the rope must have been used as a weapon. Let's delve into that some more. The murder weapon that struck Kyoka's head. We need to find out what it was. Make your argument. Yeah, this really does, this pretty much is like a tutorial level. The culprit must have hit her head with a blunt object. That could have been... That should be the weapon. What kind of object is the weapon? The strike on Kyoka's head was clearly deep enough to create a depression on her skull. Something that's able to cause an injury like that. Perhaps a long object like a bat or a stick? I don't know. What could it be? Now, I'm probably going to keep taking hits for this, but I do want to read out all the text first. While the wound itself was very large, the size of the weapon wouldn't have mattered that much. I think that object I found from the dump is most likely. Oh, it is a shame that you do take a hit right there. It's like an energy hit, though. It's not a heart, so... I guess I'm getting a little bit more grace here. But yeah, I wish you weren't punished for waiting it out, but I can understand why.
Let's go, you.
$95 points. Ayame. That can't be right. In fact, I discovered this from the dormitory's garbage dump. Is that? It's a hammer. A small one you can easily hold with one hand. Is that what the culprit used to attack Kyoka? It apparently has blood on it, so it must be a weapon. The fact that it was found in the garbage dump indicates that the culprit attempted to get rid of it. How'd you even find that at the dump? But, can that tiny hammer really kill a person? Want to try if you're curious? No thanks, I'm fine. Regardless of the size, a hammer is made out of metal. With enough force at the right angle, killing a person in a single blow is not entirely impossible. To sum up, the culprit murdered Kyoka at once with a hammer strike from the back, then hanged her. But isn't it strange if the killer just wanted to murder Kyoka? Why did they hang the body? Even if it was to cover up the real death, the bruise and the bloodstains are still there. You can see it's a murder right away. You can? I thought it was suicide before Yuki told us. That's because you're a helpless idiot. Uzumaki's body didn't look typical of people that hang themselves in the first place. Too unnatural if it was meant to be framed as a suicide. Too unnatural? Yeah, it did look slightly different from a typical suicide by hanging. It looked unnatural because the rope was too loose, Kyoka wasn't hanging in the air, or there was a bruise on the head. Because the rope was too loose. What? Man, I really thought that was right. I mean, if the rope is too loose, it's not gonna look natural, right? I don't know. That's not the first disagreement I've had with a Danganronpa answer, though. Okay. There was a bruise on the head. Oh. Wait, she wasn't hanging in the air? I thought she was. She wasn't hanging in the air? I didn't see that. I must have missed that. Do you mean the body looked unnatural because it wasn't hanging in the air despite the rope being tied on her? Yes, that is correct. Don't you think so? Oh, wait, I got zero ideas about all this. Idiot. You don't know how people die from hanging? They usually tie a rope in the air, stand on a chair or a similar object, and kick it off as they hang themselves. That way there's nothing to step on, and eventually they are choked by gravity to death. Oh, I get it. If Kyoka committed suicide, her body has to hang down in the air. But Kyoka's body was down on the floor, even with the rope hung around her neck. This must be the point. It sure is weird. Why did the culprit hang Kyoka's body, though? It's simple. There are two possible explanations. The culprit either had a reason to do it, or was swear to God stupid. The culprit is stupid? Would that mean Haru is the culprit? Hey, she said the culprit is stupid. Not that a stupid person is the culprit. He didn't deny that he's stupid. Anyway, There is no way the culprit hanged her without thinking. There has to be a reason. What is that reason that this had to happen? To talk about that, we have to discuss about the culprit first. There is no need to repeat that. Revealing the identity of the culprit is the ultimate object of this class trial, after all. So let us discuss about the culprit, like Tsurugi said. But who is the real killer? I have no idea. Me neither. How could there be a murderer among us? Uh-oh. She said the line. She said the line. I can't even imagine who. Hey, didn't we already narrow it down to half, to be honest? What makes you say that? Duh, use your brain. Kyoko's body was found in the girls' restroom and hanging by a rope. Then shouldn't the killer be one of the girls? What? Hey, he has a point. Exactly. For example, Kazuna could be the killer. She didn't speak up once since the beginning of the trial. Or Miss Dark Circles over there. Huh? Yeah? One of them's the culprit? That's nonsense. I have no reason to commit murder. Then why are you so quiet? It's hella suspicious. Dark Circles was always like that, but not you. Shut up. I'm just trying to avoid talking with dirty killers. Ms. Tomori, please don't call us killers. There's only one culprit. Monokuma said accomplices have no merit. Don't view us like that. Hell no. Kyoko's already dead, and it could be anyone next time. I can't die here. Do you know that unnecessary overreaction makes you look even more suspicious? Shut up, Hika. How dare you spit out nonsense. The killer's a girl because the body was in the girls' restroom. It's not like we have rules here. Guys can certainly enter it too. Well, actually, there is the whole camera has a shotgun thing that we talked about earlier, so that actually does kind of clear the guys, actually. Because if the boys go into the girls' restroom, then they're just gonna get hit by a bunch of bullets. Kazuna, you sound like a different person today. Why are you calling him by last name? Well, I guess her mask slipped. It's impossible for a man to enter the women's restroom. That might have been a possibility in the real world, but this place has a rule that forbids it. Am I right, Monokuma? Bingo. A man entering the women's restroom is considered a form of indecency and will be punished by a shower of bullets from the machine guns. The same goes for the opposite case. This applies not only to the restrooms, but also the locker rooms and the bathhouse that will be unlocked soon. Let's bear that in mind. Bear that in mind. It's true. Monokuma warned us when we found Kyoko's body and tried to step in. Come on. It's a matter of common sense that guys can never commit murder in the girls' restroom. Ugh. It wasn't me. Why would I, of all people, commit murder? I'm not a criminal. If anyone is, it's that creepy bitch. If Mitsuhiro is right, that means the culprit is either Akane, Mikaru, Kanata, Ayame, Kazuna, Satsuki, or Mikako. No, I'm not the culprit. Satsuki never ever killed anyone. Yeah, if the killer is one of the girls, who else can it be besides her? Don't you agree, Ray Mikaru? Huh, what's she even talking about? Don't pull my leg. Weren't you late when the body was discovered? Everyone was there except for you. If you're not the culprit, why'd you come late? Huh, is that all you have? I told you back then, I was late because I was investigating the main entrance. Nobody believes you. You have no evidence. Well, surely. She was a bit suspicious. I'm not trying to jump to conclusions, but you did come late. Mikaru, can you prove what you said? If you need proof for something as simple as this, it would be better for you to die here, airhead. Trying to back out? Gotcha! Me at my fifth attempt to try and make a star with my hands is not working. Star! Okay. We found the answer. This bitch is the killer. Hold on. I suggest that we think about this more. Coming late to the scene is sure to draw suspicion. But would it also mean that Makaru is the culprit? No, that's impossible. I know that Makaru was really at the entrance hall to investigate. There was evidence pointing to her innocence. It was... Kakaro's account. Hold on. Makaru was innocent. She really was at the entrance to investigate at that time. How can you be so sure? Did you see it yourself? No, but Kakaro, you know it, right? Makaro's innocence? Or Kakaru, sorry. You said it, Yuki. Listen up, fellas. Rei Makaru is innocent. I, Kakaru Yamaguchi, am the witness. Mr. Yamaguchi, is there something you know about this? I woke up around 6 a.m. with an urge to go to the restroom. As I was heading there, I encountered Makaru. She said she was going to investigate the school wing and walked away. Next time I saw her was after the murder occurred. Which means Makaru is innocent. Did you get what he's saying? Satsuki sees the logic, but can't understand a thing because of all that shouting. Pooh-ha-ha. Basically, you saw Makaru headed toward the school in the morning, which proves Makaru's claim. Wait, but the body discovery announcement was at 8. There's 2 hours in between the time you saw her and the murder. 2 whole hours. How does that prove her innocence? Kazuna, think about the time again. It's true that Makaru didn't show up until after we found the body, but Kyoko's estimated time of death was 6 a.m. In other words, it's impossible for Makaru to have murdered Kyoko since she went to the school wing at 6. Sure, she could have turned back as soon as Kakaru went back into his room, but there wouldn't be enough time for her to hang Kyoko's body or throw away the hammer. This is the reason why I'm saying Makaru... Yeah, Makaru was innocent. Uh-oh. Wrong! That's not enough to say she's innocent. Why? We even have a witness. Kakaru. No, there's a hole in your argument. I'm sorry, you. But I gotta make this rebuttal. That's the only way to make that Four Eyes admit her crime and end this stupid trial. A rebuttal showdown is about to start. Would you like to hear more? Absolutely. A rebuttal showdown is a one-on-one debate with a person who disagrees with you. Your opponent will put forward their argument and continuously press on you. Just confirm to slash the opponent's words. Just like in the non-stop debate, you can refute the text marked in yellow by pressing Shift. You can switch your truth blade with the left and right arrow keys. Use the right truth blade at the right contradiction as you did in the non-stop debate. The shift key won't work at non-yellow text, and pressing confirm will slash arguments in the order they were said. Be careful though, since not all arguments will go down with a single slash. Your influence gauge will take damage if you refute the wrong argument. Your focus gauge will take damage if you fail to completely strike down a piece of white text. Just a little warning. If you have 0 focus and fail to strike down white text, your influence gauge will take damage instead. Alright. Let's try and figure this out then. Okay. I'm not even going to read the text right here. Just for the sake of completing this game. Okay, we advanced. Killer remotely? How? Kyoko was murdered by a hammer. How is it possible for her to kill Kyoko with a hammer when she was talking with Kakaru? Setting up a trap to kill and then activating it from a remote place. Would that be possible? Well, even if it were possible, looking at Kyoko's body told me that wasn't the case. The murderer had to be close to her. I just have to tell Kazuna why. I do kind of want to read the text, actually. Okay, we countered that. Kazuna, it's impossible to kill Kyoko remotely. How come? I told you. Well, technically it's possible. But it's not the answer for this case. And it's because her body was too clean. The body was too clean. Remember how Kyoko's body looked like? Kyoko's head did have a large bruise, and it was all sticky with blood. But that was it. The blood under her hair didn't even flow very far. Her clothes were clean, too. Isn't it strange? A bruise that's severe enough to create a dent on her head, and not a single drop of blood got on her clothes? There's only one reason for this. The killer wiped off the blood at the same time Kyoko died. Yeah, I agree with Yuki. I was wondering the same thing while I examined the body. Can't you stop bleeding from a wound that big just by wiping it a few times? My nosebleeds never stopped that easily when I tried to wipe them off. It doesn't take long for blood to coagulate in room temperature. A nosebleed is from an injury inside the nose, but Ms. Maki's bruise was directly exposed to the air. About 5 minutes of pressure would have been enough to stop her bleeding. And Ms. Maki likely died an instant death, so the actual amount of bleeding might not have even been much due to lack of circulation. Huh? But if the culprit wiped it off as soon as Kyoko died... Right. If the culprit killed Kyoko remotely from a distance, like Kazuna suggested, Kyoko's body would be covered with blood by the time they go to wipe it off. Also, they'd have to risk the blood getting on her clothes when there's no way to wash it off. What do you think, Kazuna? Anything left for you to say? Ugh. Why? Why are you siding with Four Eyes? I wasn't really siding with Makaro. True. Why would Useless stand up for me in the first place? I don't care what you think of me, but don't use it to justify framing someone else in a trial. If we choose the wrong person based off of your petty emotions, everyone here is going to die. Do you still not understand the rule of this place? Fine. Do whatever you want. Yes. Then Makaro is fully proven innocent. Is everyone clear on that? Why are you suddenly talking about Why are we suddenly talking about Makaro, though? If I remember correctly, she faced our suspicion after Mitsuhiro said the killer was among the girls. Makaro, we apologize for suspecting you. Shrug it off. No matter how much you contempt and disdain me, I don't give a damn. Makaro, she has the guts. Then we can safely assume that Makaro and Kakaru have an alibi. Well, we already crossed out Kakaru. Didn't you say the killer is a girl? Hold on. Even if Four Eyes is innocent, I'm not going to take that. The killer cannot be a girl. But there's no other possibility. The killer had to be able to enter the girls' restroom. Who else other than the girls can enter the girls' restroom? Why are you being so fussy if you're not the culprit? You feeling guilty or something? I told you I'm not the killer. I mean, it's just not fair. You can't assume me as the killer because I'm a girl. And you don't even have solid reasoning. But come on. If the rule that boys cannot enter the girls' restroom is not an acceptable reason, then what is? The culprit is a girl. But is it really like that? This isn't good. We can't reach an agreement if we keep fighting. Ultimate Leader, we're waiting for you to come up with a plan. There's no need. In fact, I'd highly encourage this sort of debate. Huh? I see the current situation as a perfect chance for all of us to understand the culprit's strategy. What do you mean? Everyone's just fighting each other right now. Think about why you were led to believe that the culprit is a woman. If you could figure that out, you'll be able to reach the answer from there on. Why did we come to think that the culprit is a girl? The body was in the girl's restroom for sure. Then is the culprit a girl, just like Mitch said? I think we're still missing something very critical. I have to point that out. Interesting. What do they have here? Okay, the torn note or the laundry room bloodstain. I'm gonna default to the bloodstain. The culprit is definitely one of the girls. I said I'm not gonna take it. I must say, it does sound convincing. The body was indeed discovered inside the women's restroom. We didn't kill anyone. Calm down. While the body was found in the women's restroom, we must consider that Kyoka's murder and the hanging occurred separately from one another. But the murder still happened in the girl's restroom, right? The culprit must have murdered Kyoka inside the restroom and hanged her afterwards. It's impossible for guys to have done it when they're not allowed in the girl's restroom. Alright, I'm gonna let that play out. Probably gonna lose an energy point right here. I know there's a flaw to that logic thanks to the evidence I found. If the murder took place in the restroom, I wouldn't have found it in that place. No, that's fine. I kind of want the dialogue to play out. I worry about losing. Oh wait, yeah, I have to press shift. Okay. Top 3 favorite characters at the moment in this game? Well, I guess probably Akane. Probably the clown girl. Then maybe Haru. No, Haru. That's not true. Not true? What's not true? We've been missing something critical. It's hard to judge, though, just based on the first chapter alone. I think my opinion is going to greatly change over the course of this game. I'll cut to the chase. The culprit can certainly be a guy, too. What? What you talking about? Guys couldn't go in the girls' restroom. How do you commit a murder at a place you can't even enter? That doesn't matter. At this time, we thought the murder occurred in the girls' restroom, since that's where the body was found. But where the murder actually happened was a totally different location. What do you mean? The body was at the girls' restroom. Oh, I get it. Looks like everyone finally got it. That reminds me, the Monokuma file only stated where the body was discovered, not where the actual murder occurred. Interesting. Also, it's really fun that Danganronpa 1 did the ultimate maid talent before the original games. Wait, no, Danganronpa Another, right? Danganronpa Another 1 did the ultimate maid talent before the original games due to it being released way before V3. Really? So they had the Rise and Shine sign too? Because that line alone led me to believe this game came out after V3. I mean, Ultimate Maid isn't that, like, surprising of an idea. I don't think it's super original. I mean, we're talking, like, a bunch of professions and whatnot. Like, it makes sense why they would both line up like that. However, was not expecting that. Oh, that is probably from translation of the game. So you think they added that in afterwards? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I could see that. A critical point indeed. You weren't paying attention to the real deal while being distracted by superficial things. I just spilled some water on my shorts. Not a ton. It's just water. But that is a little annoying. I'll try to ignore that. A critical point indeed. We weren't paying attention to the real deal while being distracted by superficial things. You should have seen it at your first glance. Wait, hold on. If Kyoko wasn't murdered in the girls' restroom, if the culprit killed her in another place, and moved the body to the restroom, those could all be done by someone who's not a girl. Come to think of it, Kyoko's body was quite close to the restroom entrance. Then, was Kyoko murdered somewhere else? How did you reach that conclusion, Yuki? I bet you had some kind of supporting evidence. Yeah, in fact, I found a puddle of blood in the laundry room. The laundry room? That place sounds so irrelevant. The bloodstain says everything. Kyoko Maki was murdered in the laundry room. The laundry room. I have seen Ms. Maki there a few times, but the time of the death. Why did she go to the laundry room at 6 a.m.? Yeah, I know she was an early bird, but I don't think she would get up that early. The reason Kyoko headed to the laundry room. Didn't I find something that can answer that question? What was it? I think it's come to my mind. The clue was the torn note. Everyone, can you look at this for a second? What's that? I found this from Kyoko's body. It looks like a scrap piece of paper from the notepad Monokuma gave us. Kyoko was holding it tight in her hand. Would you like me to read what it says? Come to the laundry room at 6. To any cam, be waiting. It's all raggedy and torn. Take a closer look. It clearly mentions that place in the parts where we can read. I see, the laundry room. Moreover, the words that really matter are still intact despite the missing parts. For the parts that are left, I think the full message was, so come to the laundry room at 6. There aren't any cameras there. I'll be waiting. Something like that. That was so sick, Tsurugi. You completed the note just from its parts. It's my speculation, so I can't assure that it's completely identical to the original sentence. But it should be the same overall. Is it ripped because the culprit tried to pull it out by force? I believe so. Maybe the culprit wasn't able to remove the whole paper from Ms. Maki's hand due to rigor mortis. With all this talking in my throat, I'm just starting to feel it. That means Kyoko got the note from someone and went to the laundry room at the designated time without knowing what's about to happen. Shoot, why would anyone use those kinds of cheap tricks? Huh? Satsuki's confused on the part that says there aren't any cameras. Perhaps it was intended to make the note look like some sort of secret talk. Nope, nope, that's not what Satsuki meant. Are there really no cameras in the laundry room? There is. Whoa, what a surprise, you can talk? Between the ventilator and the clothesline. Yes, I saw it too. The culprit wrote down meaningless nonsense as bait. Honestly, like 1/3 of Danganronpa murders could have been prevented if the cast had common sense of not coming for one-on-one meetings via notes getting slipped to them in a killing game. Yeah, Kyoko, just why? I apologize for the untimely interruption, but may I speak for a moment? Genji, what is it? Kyoko was murdered in the laundry room. Although we can now be certain about this statement. Is it not too early to conclude that a man could be the culprit as well? Huh? While it is possible for a man to commit a murder in the laundry room and carry the body to the restroom, recall the fact that Kyoka was not merely lying on the restroom floor. She was hanged by a rope attached to the ceiling. Have we forgotten this already? Grappling hook. Oh, you're right. The murder could be done somewhere else, but you'll have to enter the restroom to connect a rope to the ceiling. So the culprit really is a girl then. What? Are we back to where we started? Seriously? Guys, you want to think the culprit is a girl that bad? No, but Kenji is not wrong. It's impossible to tie a rope to a pipe inside the restroom, unless you are inside as well. See, the killer is one of the girls. Wait, it's too early to make that conclusion. Can there be a way to hang the body from the outside? If Kenji is right, the killer cannot be a guy. But if there's a way to refute that logic, I have to come up with that, even if the chances are less than 1%. This isn't a drill. A single mistake can kill all of us. If we put our heads together, we'll be able to find the answer. Make your argument. Definitely the hook. A way to hang the body from the outside. Is that really possible? What if the culprit used a tool for it? Maybe the culprit had a tall height? It must have climbed up the wall. It's kind of a stunt. Satsuki can do it too. Hey, we're being serious here. Oh, so is this like an agreement one because it's blue? Let's think closely. There's still a possibility that a guy is the culprit. If the body could be hung without entering the restroom, that would prove that the culprit could be a guy too. Don't struggle on your own, there's definitely something. Come to think of it, there was another object attached to the rope. Yeah, that's a pretty clear hint right there. Alright. Yeah, I thought so. I don't think it's mentioned anything about agreeing, though, in the tutorial on this. I could sense! I agree with that. Alright, cool. 85 points. That's it, Ayame. You could use a tool. A tool, but how? I almost forgot. A tool that was tied to the rope. It's right here. Do you see it? Looks like a hook to me. A hook? The rope had something like that? I'm starting to get impressed by the extent of you guys' stupidity. But Useless made a good point this time. You're right. Looks like you got it correct. So, what about the hook? The culprit must have thrown this hook with a rope attached to connect it to the pipe on the ceiling. That way the rope is all set. Afterwards, they can tie the other end to Kyoka's neck and push her body inside. Wouldn't that be possible to do without actually entering the women's restroom? Yes, it is. This is our answer. Hold on. Look how the rope is tied to the pipe. It's been twined several times around the pipe. Is it possible to do it with that heavy-looking hook on the rope? Wait, he's right. It's fascinated by the hook. Or fastened by the hook. But the rope went around several times. I know. It's clearly impossible to tie a rope like that when there's a hook attached. What the? You said it like it's possible. That's why the culprit used another tool to secure the rope onto the pipe. Another tool? What is that, another tool? Seems like Makaro is the only one who realized what it is. Oh, can you tell us, Makaro? Like hell, I realized. I knew it from the very beginning. And if you're trying to sound me out, quit it. I already said that I have no plans to offer any help. Besides, it looks like Useless over there got a hold of it anyway. Why don't you ask him? What? Me? Yuki, can you tell us the answer? Well, it's... Oh, you didn't? Sorry about that. I guess that question was too hard for your non-functional brain. I won't forgive myself if I don't give an answer after hearing that. In fact, I'm sure I can. I found that object during the investigation, didn't I? A tool other than the hook that was used to secure the rope from the outside. And that tool was... I'm thinking... this rubber ball, probably. Good. And one more thing. There was a key piece of evidence that can prove this tool's involvement in the crime. You mean this? Yep. Ah, I got it. I figured out the other tool used by the culprit. It's the rubber ball. Rubber ball? What's a rubber ball? It's like a bouncy ball. Have you ever played with them when you were young? It's full of some kind of viscous liquid that makes it bounce back up when it hits the floor. Oh, I know. I made some improvements to it and sold it overseas under the name Hyperball. Did I tell y'all that it's still selling great? How is that relevant to the case? You better tell us quick, Yuki. Okay. I figured out the way the rubber ball was used in the murder just now. After Tsurugi said the culprit used another tool to set the rope in place, I tried to relate the act of winding the rope with the circumstances of the murder. I think we can be certain about the culprit using a hook, since we found one on the pipe. But as Mitch pointed out, it's impossible to wind the rope like that with the hook alone. Putting the hook after setting up the rope wasn't a choice either, because there's no way to get the rope around the pipe by itself. Besides, they'd have to step inside and attach the hook. That's why the culprit used a rubber ball. Before using the hook, the culprit tied the rope around the rubber ball. Then they threw it inside the restroom, between the pipe and ceiling to be more exact. That way, the ball would hit the wall and bounce back toward where it started. If you repeat this multiple times, you get the rope around the pipe with the ball returning to the entrance every time. All that's left is to remove the ball and tie a hook to throw it on the pipe. But the culprit probably faced something that wasn't part of their plan here. The rubber ball burst because of the pressure from rebounding off the wall. It spilled its contents all over the wall and the floor, which is still left at the scene. This is how the culprit tied the rope without going inside the girl's restroom. The hook and the rubber ball were used to make it look like it was done from the inside. Oh, so that must have been the stinky liquid on the wall. Well said, Yuki. I agree with you. Well, if our ultimate police officer said so, I guess he's right. Everyone, did you notice something after getting to this point? Notice what? Think closely. We were talking about a possibility of a man being the culprit. But don't you think it should be the opposite after going through all this? Opposite? My explanation involving the hook and the ball was to prove that it's possible for a guy to be the culprit, but if the opposite of that is true, that means that the culprit is a woman anyway? No, that doesn't sound right. Okay. Sorry, I was thinking like maybe this was an elaborate setup to try and frame it so that way you would think it's a man. You know, it's like like mind games. Like yeah, no, we went through this elaborate setup to make sure that it was possible that it was a man trying to frame a woman, but it was actually a woman trying to frame a man trying to frame a woman. That's right. We were going in the opposite direction ever since. Opposite direction? What are you talking about? We thought the culprit was a girl, so we thought of a way to hang Kyoko from outside the restroom based on the assumption, what if a guy could be the culprit as well? Turns out that wasn't the case. It's very unlikely the culprit is among the girls. The killer is definitely a man. What? It wasn't me. Hey, how so? Why is it suddenly like that? Think about what we just went through. The culprit undoubtedly used the hook and the rubber wall to connect the rope to the ceiling. Now, suppose the culprit was a woman. Would there be a reason for her to use such complicated measures when she could have simply stepped inside to type the rope directly? That makes sense. It looks like the culprit had to do it without going inside the restroom. Furthermore, even if the culprit was a woman and had to use the hook or rubber wall for some reason, they would have been able to clean the stain on the wall afterwards. Right. As I mentioned before, the culprit probably didn't expect the rubber wall to burst. To clean the liquid off the wall, they needed to get inside the restroom. Okay, that probably, like, clears the girls, actually. But they couldn't. Because the guys can't enter the girls' restroom. You can't plan for the rubber ball to burst, obviously. I can't say without absolute certainty, or with absolute certainty, but it's the most reasonable explanation we can think of. There would be no reason for the culprit to intentionally leave traces in the murder scene. I mean, the liquid stain on the wall was a big hint for figuring out how the ball was used by the culprit. Aha! Star! That automatically gives us girls an alibi, right? Plus even better. Yuki, Teruya, Haruhiko, Mitsuhiro, Tsurugi, Kenji, and Kakuro. We know one of them's gotta be it. Hold on. What if the culprit was a woman and tried to make us think this way all along? Oh, it actually did get addressed. I highly doubt it. The reason the culprit hanged Kyoko in the first place was to make us think a woman did it. Oh ho! So it had nothing to do with disguising it as a suicide from the start? Indeed. Everything was led us to thinking that a woman is the culprit. In other words, the culprit wanted us to think that way. So they wouldn't become a suspect. All because the culprit himself was a man. Everything's connected now. I found it strange to find the rope on his monkey's neck being too loose. In retrospect, I see that was the case because the culprit didn't intend to make it look like a suicide at all. I can't believe it took this long for you to reach that point. What's up with you talking like you already knew all this stuff? Because I already knew? What? I already have everything worked out. Who the culprit is, why they killed, anything you could possibly think of. Eh? What? And you just stood there in silence when you had all the answers? How many times do I have to repeat this? I have absolutely no reason to help you out. Hikaru? This isn't a competition. If you don't share what you know and we end up voting for the wrong person, you're going to die too. Of course I'll share my knowledge when it gets to that. But even without me, you still have Tsurugi and Kinjo over there to help you. And Useless, you're getting pretty close to the truth too. I was actually surprised. Perhaps you weren't completely useless after all, monkey. Monkey? Jeez, she's real smug. Well, she's always been like that. We should ignore what she says and keep moving on. Sure. I believe we left off from saying that the culprit is a man. Aha! The star! I wonder who it is. Wow. She must really be excited by the tables turning. Although we know now that the killer is among the men, we still need to specify one person out of 7. Is there any kind of clue to narrow down the list? Well, if Ms. Mikado was able to work out the culprit's identity, there must be a clue pointing to the killer somewhere. The problem is, we don't know what the clue is. Tsurugi, a little help here? Like, something that can nail the killer? I do have something in mind, but you shouldn't rely on me for everything. All of you should figure out the case by yourself and understand the reason behind the final verdict. Kyoka. Hey, y'all. Any ideas about the culprit? Well, nothing in particular, I suppose. We're almost there. We know that the culprit is one of the guys. Just to remind y'all, it's not me. That reaction is making it look even more suspicious. Just like you from a while ago. What'd you say? Eek, I'm sorry. Wasn't that out of character, Kazuna? Since most of you seem to be having trouble with this, let me suggest going around. How about we all think of something else first? Such as? Don't you want to know why Kyoka died? That is indeed a lie. Onion. There is no character called Rocker Socks, the ultimate sock puppet master. Not yet, anyway. Don't you want to know why Kyoka died? Why Kyoka had to die? Of course we do. Kyoka was always full of spirit and a nice friend to us. She didn't deserve to die. To begin with, 2 people were indirectly involved in Kyoka's death. 2 people? Are you implying that there are 2 culprits? No, I'm not saying those 2 took part in the murder, but they heavily influenced the events leading up to Kyoka's death. The point is, Kyoka died as a result of someone's mistake, and the culprit's misjudgment stemmed from it. Mistake and misjudgment? I need the help of a certain someone to explain this. Yuki, could you help me out? Me? Do you remember the conversation we had in the hallway? The one over the nameplates? Oh, you mean that one? Yeah, you told me that you know who caused that change to the nameplates. I don't have knowledge regarding this matter, so I'd like for you to provide us the context. Hello? I've got 0 ideas on what the 2 of you are talking about. Okay, I'll explain it to everyone. Yesterday, while all of us were in shock after Monokuma showed us the motive, there was a minor incident that happened. The people that know about the incident are me, Haru, Satsuki, and finally Kyoka. Huh? They don't look like they know it, though. Haru? Satsuki? Did you forget what happened before nighttime yesterday? With the nameplates? Oh, that? Oh, you mean the thing with Haru's triple spin? Yeah. Would you mind explaining to us what happened back then? I think there's something you didn't know about it. I'll tell you when we get there. Okay. Last night, me, Satsuki, and Kyoka were hanging out together to distract ourselves from the motive, and then I accidentally fell down and broke the nameplates. Teehee, it was real funny to watch. Triple spin. When I was freaking out over damaging school property, Monokuma showed up and said that he won't punish me since it was an accident and left me with a new set of nameplates. He told Haru to put the new nameplates back where they belong. So then Haru put them back at the right place, and the rest of us went to bed. Let's see if I can get that. Oh, I got the wrong one. Tsurugi. It's because I can't remember their names that well. Okay, it's gotta be Haru's account then. I'm assuming I can't skip ahead, right? Yeah, I just gotta wait for it. Okay. I just realized as you're playing through this game, does that mean you're reclaiming your Danganronpa title as the ultimate One Piece watcher? That sure is the case. I believe that would be so. If I was in a Danganronpa game, I would be the ultimate One Piece watcher. Ah, shit, I pressed the wrong button. Z. I'm pressing it. Man. I missed. It didn't even let me shoot. Did I run out of bullets? Yeah, I accidentally pressed shift instead of seeing it there. It was a misinput. You calm down, it was a misinput. Okay, we're gonna try this again. Honestly, I don't even remember most of their names. Wait, why is it not shooting? Enter? Click? What the fuck? Why is it not? Why is it not shooting anything? Maida's gun is jammed. Yeah, it's jammed. I'm pressing the button and it's not doing anything. Terumi song when you get the chance, please. Oh, I forgot to add that.
Want to see how this bottle works? Don't make me. I'll do it.
No,
You wanna
it's
see
not
how
letting
this
me press
bottle
it.
works?
Okay. Terumi song when you get the chance, please. I wonder if I... No, I couldn't have clicked off there. Because then I wouldn't have been able to, like, move the target. Yeah, I could probably play the Terumi song. I don't think I added it as a blurb yet, though. But yeah, sure. I'm easily bribed. And you're getting me that much closer to a YouTube paycheck again. Let me skip ahead here. Oh, hold up. There we go. There you go. There you go. I hope you're happy. Okay. That said, what the heck is going on here? Why am I not shooting anything? Oh, now it lets me shoot. Haru, Satsuki, and Kyoka. And Tsurugi. Okay, you better let me shoot this time. Because otherwise I'm going to be in trouble. Why? Why? Okay. Oh my god, I was mashing it. Maybe I just didn't have the right target? I don't know. That's fine. No, Satsuki. There's something wrong with what you just said. Yo, what's wrong? Although Haru did put the nameplates back, he didn't know he made a mistake while doing so. Assuming you finished watching the Danganronpa anime, I did not finish watching the Danganronpa anime. I only finished, I believe, the Despair arc? I finished one of them, one of the arcs. The one that was about, like, the school life. That was the only one that I watched. Did I have any favorite lines from it that weren't in the game? No. No, I don't. I don't remember any lines, honestly. Although Haru did put the nameplates back, he didn't know that he made a mistake while doing so. Yuki, that's... He forgot where the two nameplates originally were, so he put new ones in the wrong place. What? He forgot about something that was right in front of him seconds ago? Yeah, he went to the restroom before putting them back, so I think it got confused somewhere in the middle. Okay. I get how much of an idiot Haruhiko is. How is that related to the murder? That would be because the two nameplates Haruhiko had to replace belonged to Tsurugi Kensho and Gyokamaki. Right, Yuki? Yeah. Speaking of restrooms, I have to use the restroom, so I'm gonna switch to my BRB screen real quick. But I'm gonna keep the music on so you guys can enjoy it. And I'll see you shortly in just a moment. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. More game. Yeah, right. Kyoka's room was next to mine, and Tsurugi's was next to hers. But because Haru thought the other way around, the nameplates on those doors are switched. Mr. Koboshikawa, was it your intent to do so? Anyway, Haru, shouldn't you already know? We talked about the nameplates being switched while we were investigating. Well, I did, but I just wanted to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Avoid suspicion? Don't tell me you're the culprit, Haruhiko. No, I'm not, I swear. This is exactly why I didn't say it. Why would we think you're suspicious? It's just a couple of nameplates. I don't think that they're much related to Kyoka's death anyway. Yes, they are related. Much related, in fact. Now, would you care to explain what that means to us? I said earlier that 2 people were connected to the murder. One of them is Haruhiko for switching the nameplates, and the other person is me. Huh? Mr. Kinjo, you have an indirect connection with the murder of Miss Maki? May I ask you to elaborate on that? It's true. Let's see. Where should I start? How about we all get a grasp of the culprit's intention first? If things went as the culprit originally planned, the person to have a portrait here would have been me. That statement sounds somewhat far-fetched. How come you were to die instead of Kyoka? Do you remember the torn note that Yuki read to us a while ago? I was able to comprehend what the culprit was aiming for after seeing that note. Kyoka got that note from the culprit and headed to the laundry room at the designated time. There, she was assaulted and murdered by the culprit. Everyone's clear on this, right?
You want to see how this bottle works?
Sure,
Don't
I'll
make
see how
me-
the model works.
I'll do it. You want to see how this bottle works?
Okay, officially... let me just look up which part of the Danganronpa anime it is. I can't remember which arc it is. I actually can't remember which arc it is. They're all confusing me. Okay. The 2 arcs are not supposed to be viewed separated, but one was much preferred among the others. And I think it was the Despair arc. Yeah, it was the Despair arc. So the Future arc, I only saw about, like, 5 episodes of. I've been meaning to get back to that. I did see the entirety of the Despair arc, though. Then let me ask, how do you think Kyoka got the note? How she got the note? Well, maybe one of us casually handed it over to her. Kyoka wouldn't have known the person that gave the note would come back after her back then. From whom? Where? How? Did any of you see Kyoka getting a note from someone? No, besides, there wasn't any time for that. One, you got to see Junko in a stylish leopard print coat, and Kuro in a slick gray one beside her. I'm trying to remember that scene, honestly. I think it might have been, like, the opening scene of them. No, besides, there wasn't any time for that. After we got out of the audiovisuals room, Kyoka stayed with me and Satsuki until she went into her room for the night. Wait, then Kyoka got the note between 10 p.m. last night and her time of death, which is 6 a.m. this morning. Right. Kyoka went inside her room as soon as it became nighttime. She couldn't have gotten the note while talking face-to-face to someone. And that leaves us with only one possibility. She got the note while she was inside her room. But you can't go in someone else's room unless you get the key or the owner's permission. Yes, but there is a way to give her the note without opening the door. But that'd be like magic. Really, how? A way to slip a note inside the room without opening the door or being seen by the owner. That should be pretty simple. Something that any clever kid could think of. Let's think about it. If I stay calm and keep brainstorming, it will come to my mind. Oh, we got Hangman's Gambit. The bottom of the screen will show parts of your target word of the phrase with spaces in between. Find which letters would go back into the blank space, and shoot them and place them in their position. Oh boy, it's everyone's favorite game, Hangman's Gambit. Harpo from the Marx Brothers? Man, I don't know who that is. Most of those celebrity impressions you give me are from like decade-old material. Yeah. I mean, their stuff is in black and white. I'm sorry. I don't think I should be. I don't think I should be trying to look up guys that I've never heard of and doing impressions on them. Like, I know about Groucho Marx, but I don't know about the whole Marx Brothers thing. It's very much legacy media, old school media for sure. Let me try and get this Hangman's Gambit. The joke is that Harpo's a silent character. Did not know that. Did not know that. That is actually pretty funny. Okay. What am I looking for? A P? P? A G? A P? A gap? A pag? Is it a gap? P? P? Yeah, I'm gonna go with G. Is it a gap? Gag? Is it a gap or a gag? Gap?
Hello.
It's a gap. I didn't even know what I was looking for here. Oh, like the gap under the door? That makes sense, actually. That's it, the gap. Even when the door is fully closed, there's a gap between the bottom of the door and the threshold. That's large enough to slip a note through. So, after nighttime, the culprit left the note inside Ms. Maki's room through that gap. Right. There would be no one out in the hallway after nighttime, and Kyoko would still be awake. Adding a message like, "Don't exit your room" to keep Monokuma from noticing would have easily dealt with the chance of Kyoko seeing the note coming in and opening the door. That way, the sender won't have to reveal himself while still getting the message across. This inequality of information between the culprit and Kyoko made her more vulnerable to deception. You know, it was pretty bold of him to do that. What if Kyoko didn't show up or brought other people with her? The note probably requested her to come alone to prevent such occurrences, likely coupled with a reason she won't be able to ignore. From the fact that it mentioned the absence of cameras, it must have been something Monokuma should know about. A way out, for instance. Would any of you refuse to go if someone offers to tell you a way to escape? Well, I'd go, yes. True, I would have gone as well. Okay, the culprit sneaked the note into her room. I get that. But how exactly is that you and Haru's fault? Think closely. Most people here didn't know about Haruhiko switching the nameplates until it was said in the trial, or noticed it after the murder occurred. Which means, at the time of the murder, the culprit was unaware of that fact either. Oh. I see. For that reason, you considered yourself and Haruhiko to be at fault. For those of you who haven't gotten it yet, we're saying that a culprit killed Kyoko because of confusion. Confusion? What? So it ties back to what Tsurugi said earlier. Right. I think I know it now. The indirect influence Haru had over Kyoko's death. Haru switched the nameplates by mistake, and the culprit slipped a note inside the room without knowing they were switched. Then the culprit's intended target was Tsurugi Kinjo. That's right, the culprit never intended to murder Kyoko. The real person he wanted to kill was Tsurugi. That makes sense. The killer saw Tsurugi's nameplate on the door and left the note there, but the room was actually Kyoko's. Does that mean Tsurugi would have died if Haruhiko didn't switch the nameplates? Yes, that's why I said Haruhiko and I indirectly caused Kyoko's death. Kyoka, it's all because I was an idiot. It's all because I was dumb enough to mix up those stupid nameplates. Calm down, Haruhiko, it's not your fault. Even if you put the nameplates correctly, Tsurugi would have been in danger. I'm a policeman. It's my duty to ensure everyone's safety. I was careless enough to let Kyoko die. I should have died rather than failing in my duty like this. Please don't say that. Every person's life must be treated with extreme regard. That is why I cannot forgive the culprit. Not that murderers ever deserve forgiveness, but him killing one of our close friends was absolutely unforgivable. Yeah, I feel the same too, but how am I supposed to take that one of us is that cruel, cold-blooded killer? So? What do you mean by so? Can't you think? Now's the time to say it. You know, the identity of the culprit. The culprit? Didn't you solve everything you need to? The fact that the culprit is a man, the way he hanged the body without entering the restroom, how and why he called Kyokamaki and killed her? Isn't the culprit fairly obvious at this point? Well, we did figure out most of the major details. I don't believe we ever brought up that matter before. Geez, you guys still don't know? How long are you going to make me wait here? I think my legs are starting to hurt. How would you say it yourself if you know so much? Why should I? There's people like Tsurugi and Kinjo out there anyway. Tsurugi? Do you know who the culprit is? Yes, I do. Actually, I already knew who it was well before the trial started. Woohoo! That's our ultimate police. But what I thought back then was more like an educated guess. Now that I went through these discussions in the trial, I'm confident with what I got. Man, that's epic. How'd you know? I still don't have a clue. I'll try to make it easy for everyone to understand. So, let's go back when we were talking about the hook and the rubber ball. You all know how the culprit used them, right? Of course, the culprit tied a rope to the rubber ball and sent it around the pipe a few times, and then threw the hook on to secure the rope. It was all to make it seem like it was done from the inside. The rubber ball was the decisive factor in my deduction of the culprit. Are you saying it's the ultimate soccer player? He has been pretty quiet during this trial. Do you remember Yuki explaining earlier that the rubber ball burst because it couldn't overcome the pressure? It was probably due to the accumulated damage from the repeated collisions with the wall. And here's the question. How much pressure do you think is needed to pop a rubber ball? Well, it would depend on which kind you're talking about. Probably a lot. Yep. I'll tell you something that pops too easily will be worthless as a bouncy ball. Right. Normal levels of pressure can't leave a single scratch on it, much less to make it burst. But the rubber ball still burst, just by bouncing a few times off the wall. That's kind of strange. Was the rubber ball old? When I saw the rubber ball, it was still glossy and shining all over despite its condition. I dare say it was brand new. I'm not done yet. Though I didn't place emphasis on this earlier, think about it. Would it be easy to make a ball go over the pipe, through the little space between it and the ceiling, bounce off the wall, and roll back toward the entrance? Especially when the culprit couldn't afford to fail even once because he was a man? I believe it would be a challenge. I don't possess the skills for it in the first place, but even if I did, I won't be able to do it because of the pressure. Fully agreed. But the culprit chose to take that challenge and succeeded nonetheless. That wasn't just a matter of guts. He had the confidence and ability to assure his success. In short, the culprit has the ability to throw a ball exactly where he wants to. It's more than the accuracy. Not only did the culprit have precise control over where to land the ball, but also the strength to burst it open. But I don't think any one out of the guys look like they have that much strength and accuracy. Judging by his muscles, maybe Kakaru does? Well, with my daily muscle training, it would certainly be possible for me to burst a rubber ball with my strength. However, just to be clear, I cannot be the culprit. I can't even score a goal right below the basket. I'm assuming... Okay. I'm assuming he means, like, shoot a basketball right below the basket. Then how did the killer pull off those tricks? Was he secretly the ultimate baseball player? No, I think you guys are missing something. I said the culprit made the rubber ball go over the pipe, not through it. Huh? How can you make the ball go over the pipe without throwing it? Wait, I think there is a way. How do you even do that? Superpowers? No. You can kick it with your foot. Oh, right. Rubber balls are small enough to hold with one hand. So I was naturally thinking that the culprit threw it. Huh? Hold on a sec. Kicking it with your foot? I knew I had the answer when I reached that point. It seems like some of you got there too. If what I'm thinking is right, the culprit is. But why? Why did he? God, I'm still not getting it. Who was it? Can somebody just tell me the answer? Yuki. You know who it is, right? Huh? Looking at your facial expression, I got the feeling you finally reached the truth. You helped me out with the hook and the nameplates. So, how about you say it for us? Mastermind behind all this. Kyoka's murderer. Yuki. Tsurugi's right. I know the culprit. I really did figure it out. There's only one person who could have done everything we talked about before. I want to convince myself that I'm wrong, but this is something I have to do. I must do this. Mitch!
犯人は君だ。
The person that came up with this plan and murdered Kyoka. Mitch. It was you, right? Whoa, 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 what? Time to save the progress. Save our progress. We're gonna save our progress again. Who was my favorite character in the anime?
You want to see how this bottle works?
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
make me.
Show me how that bottle works.
I'll do it.
Show me.
You want to see how this bottle works?
Yeah. Well, probably Nagito. Actually, I think Nagito was a legend in that anime. I think he did a great job. And that scene with him pulling out the gun, man, that was something else, man. So I would have to say Nagito for the anime. All right, let's resume the class trial, shall we? Did you just say I'm the culprit? What? Mitsuhiro? Hey, hold on. How does that make me the culprit? None of the guys had the ability to throw a rubber ball exactly where it was targeted with enough power to burst it. But if we're talking about kicking a ball with that much strength and accuracy wouldn't be impossible for you, right? Especially when you're the ultimate soccer player. Mitsuhiro's talent was said to be almost on par with that of many professional soccer players. Mitsuhiro, that's a good one. It makes sense for an expert like him to handle a much smaller and lighter ball with such ease. No, wrong. Keep quiet. If you're not the expert, soccer balls and rubber balls are different. And I can't do all that even with a soccer ball. Mitch. But you did that thing in Fuji's TV, the Master Challenge. You were the special guest for the game, where you had to dribble all kinds of balls and land it on the target. Didn't you have no problems with a rubber ball there? You even did it with a freaking pea. What? I saw that episode in the hospital. He easily scored a goal with a soccer ball, and then did the same with ping pong balls, shuttlecocks, and one of those large exercise balls, I believe. And you're saying you can't kick a rubber ball? Try a better joke. That was all fake. It was scripted. How would that even be possible in real life? Do you think I'm a god or something? Whoa, big scandal alert. Mitch, are you really the culprit? Did you kill Kyoka? Yeah, plus, wasn't he the one who said the killer would be among the girls? No, this is a trap. I know, Yuki's the culprit. He's trying to accuse me with no evidence whatsoever. Mitch, it's over. Please, just say it. I don't want to do this any longer. Say what? I didn't kill anyone. And why does it have to be me? Do you have proof? Do you have any kind of evidence that I killed? Mitsuhiro. I doubt you would overreact like this if you weren't the culprit. And you seem to be able to perform that trick, using the rubber ball that Yuki mentioned. This is ridiculous. That's pure speculation. Show me the proof. Which seems really messed up right now. But it's true that my argument doesn't have a solid backup. I thought of it by process of elimination, not real evidence. Still, it should be somewhere. That one piece of evidence that I can nail him down as the killer. I need to point that out or else we won't get anywhere. Show me the evidence. I can easily prove myself not guilty, you know? Is there evidence I put the note into Kyoka's room? How will you prove I got those tools from the antique store? Where's the evidence that I hang at Kyoka? I can't say all these for sure. Am I wrong? Stop bothering me. It doesn't look like I've dropped any frames, so if you're experiencing lag, it's probably on your end. Unless anybody else is experiencing it. I will give it a sec, though. I think we know which one it is. Let me just give it a moment. See if Brennis can catch up with the feed. Unless you're talking about like the speed of chat. I honestly, the only answer that I have for you, Masked Man, is Satsuki. I want to see her be a murderer. Okay, cool. I don't remember us talking about where the tools came from. Then how could he say something like that? Oh. Hold up. Where the tools came from. Oh, did he just admit it himself? Oh, from the antique store. Yeah. Yeah. I actually would have gotten it wrong if I just guessed. That hint actually helped me out. I didn't even notice that. Absolutely right. Wait, Mitch, something's off in your statement. Huh? What's off? I don't see anything wrong with it. I know we talked about the culprit using the hook and the rubber ball earlier, but we didn't mention where they got it from. How do you know those tools were from the antique store? What? Because that's where most of the tools are? Yeah, I just thought that the antique store was a good place for them to get it from. Personal opinion. That makes zero sense. You normally find hooks and rubber balls in the storage, not the antique store. Yeah, and doesn't the gym have loads of balls too? You see, you never know. Both the storage and the antique store might have those. That's why I mentioned the antique store. It looked like that place practically has everything. Mitch, we know. One of us has been keeping track of every single item in the storage and the antique store. Am I right, Teruya? Oh, yes, Yuki. Is this why you asked me about this? Trust me, the antique store definitely had hooks and rubber balls. I know because I spent most of my time hanging out there. Also, I'm pretty sure there weren't any hooks or rubber balls in the storage. The ones used in the murder were from the antique store. The way those items were arranged changed after the murder. Whoa, Teruya memorized all that? Whoa, what a freak. Shut up. It's just a coincidence, and you still didn't show me proof. Show me evidence. Tangible evidence, not your stupid guesses. I'm not buying it. You're doing this to the wrong person. Jeez. Can't you be a man and just say you did it? Hey, Mitsuhiro. Will you admit it if we show you evidence? That you're the culprit? I'm not the culprit. If there's no evidence, you can't say I did it. Give me the proof. Proof. If he insists, we should probably show him. Yuki, show him the proof you have. Huh? I have the proof? Be patient and think. You do have proof. You even showed it to us a while ago. I showed the proof to everyone? What's he talking about? I see. I didn't think about it back then, but that definitely can certainly nail Mitch down. I gotta show him what that is. The Terminate Talk shooting is about to begin. Would you like to hear more? In the Terminate Talk shooting, you must overturn your opponent's baseless arguments by shooting them down and ultimately come up with a conclusive evidence that can silence your opponent. When your opponent's speech bubble appears, you can press Confirm to destroy it. If not destroyed, a speech bubble will eventually appear and inflict some damage to you. Every speech bubble has a certain amount of health as represented by the number of objects at the top. If you're out of ammunition, you need to replenish it before shooting again. Press shift to reload. If your opponent will take damage every time a speech bubble gets destroyed. If they're out of health, you will be given a chance to deliver the final blow by combining the words into decisive evidence. But be wary, if your health reaches 0, your influence gauge will take damage and you must start over. Alright. Here we go. You don't have proof. Okay, how do I shoot these speech bubbles? Okay. There we go. I should probably use the arrow keys for this. It's gonna be hard to do it with just one hand. Reload. This is so impressive for an RPG Maker game, man. And this is definitely an older engine, too. Oh, some of these take 2 hits. Okay. Okay, what is it? Meat on the bone. The notepads Monokuma gave us. Meat on the bone. Alright, here we go. Here we go. If you want it, I'll show you. Tangible evidence that can prove you guilty. Now, I got a whole game over from Meat on the Bone, by the way. Because I was like, on the bone meat! Which obviously doesn't exist, you moron. It does exist. Remember when I showed you the note to explain how the culprit called Kyoka to the laundry room? The paper used for the note from the notepad was given to us by Monokuma, which means we can see if that note was from your notepad by checking if there are any torn pages in there. Bone on the meat. Exactly. Which, by the way, if you want to see, like, my experiences from Danganronpa 1 through V3, they're all on this channel. All of them are archived. I have all of the stream archives up on this channel. You can go through it. It's all available to you. You should be able to view them under the live section. You might have to do some scrolling if you want to. But there probably is a playlist that... Yeah, I think I have a playlist on my homepage too, so you can view it that way too. It's not on the meat bone. No, it's not. Us gave Monokuma notepads. Yeah, exactly. We can see if that note was from your notepad by checking if there are any torn pages in there. What? Well, Mitsuhiro, here's the evidence you've been asking for. Hey, you. This evidence? Are you kidding me? We got those like a week ago. Anyone could have torn out a page for who knows what. Huh? Anyone could have used it? Then we could try matching Yuki's note with the torn section in your notepad. That way, we'll be clear on whether or not it was from your notepad or not. Well, but hey, don't you think the culprit could have used someone else's notepad? How can you be so sure it was from mine? No way, idiot. The notepads were in the drawer in our rooms. How are you going to get one without the owner's permission? And if the owner somehow gave permission, even better. That would automatically mean the person who asked for permission is the culprit. Wait, that's... Mitch, just admit it. I don't want us to. I don't want us to keep fighting each other like this. It's over then. Over? Who said it's over? Nothing's over. This is a lie. This is all the big lie. How dare you accuse a superstar like me of murder? Liar, liar, liar. Alright, if you say so. I'll go over the case from beginning to end. Then you'll accept it. That you're the only possible culprit, Mitch. Oh yeah! Didn't Mitch, like, sexually harass Akane as well? Yeah, there was that too. I forgot about that. Yeah. Closing argument. You must recap the whole story of the murder case. Events relevant to the murder will be shown in the form of a comic, and your task is to fill in the blank panels with the correct picture. At the bottom of the screen are several pictures for you to choose from. Select one by pressing confirm. Afterwards, press confirm again on a blank panel to fill it in. You may also press cancel to cancel your selection. The game will automatically proceed when you correctly fill in every blank panel. You will not be penalized for wrong answers. There's no pesky time limits too, so take all the time you need. Cool. Alright, here we go then. Oh, I missed this. Alright, so here we go. So we start over here, and he puts on the wrong nameplates, right? Okay. So we gotta find something related to the nameplates here. Uh-oh, the nameplates are switched. Okay. Next up. The culprit slipping the note through the gap. That's probably it. Yeah. How cool is that? They even mimic the style of the blackened. So cool. Alright, Act 2. So yeah, she goes into the laundry room. No wait, there's nothing here actually. We continue. And then the sledgehammer, no, just a regular hammer actually. I would say this is the one. Actually, let me double check. Yeah. I think so. And then, then's the cleanup. And then we got the kick. Got the rubber ball. The rope. And then Act 4. If I can get it. Culprit nervously waiting for the body to be found. Right here. Got him. It all started last night. While we were all in shock by Monokuma's motive, Hyoka, Haru, and Satsuki decided to hang out together to distract themselves from the stress. They ran around the hallway until Haru accidentally broke 2 of the nameplates on the wall. Oh, so they upgraded the art? This isn't the original art? Well, it looks pretty good. Those 2 nameplates belong to Kyoka and Tsurugi. Haru was panicking over breaking school property when Monokuma showed up to give him a warning. He didn't punish Haru since it was an accident, instead ordering him to replace the broken nameplates with new ones. And here's where Haru made the crucial mistake. After a trip to the restroom, he got confused about where the 2 nameplates originally were. Oh, this is the original? I think it's actually pretty good. I think it's actually pretty solid. I just think from, like, how difficult it would be to, like, mimic the art style. I think it's pretty decent. But it's understandable if it gets better, too. And here's where Haru made a crucial mistake. After a trip to the restroom, he got confused about where the 2 nameplates originally were. I'm expecting Mitch is probably going to get tied up at, like, a soccer net or something, and he's going to get, like, a ton of penalty kicks, kind of similar to Leon's. But we'll see. He finally chose to go out with his gut instinct, which unfortunately turned out to be wrong. Actually, he could be hanging from, like, a goalpost as well. And then Monokuma just, like, kicks a bunch of soccer balls at him. Also, we got a bot in the chat, so we're gonna go ahead and ban that bot, everyone's favorite game show, where we ban the bot. Only happens on Twitch. I only ever see bots on Twitch. I never see them on YouTube. You're banned! You're banned! Alright. He finally chose to go with his gut instinct, which unfortunately turned out to be wrong. This is where Kyoka and Tsurugi's nameplates were switched around. Haru went to his room right after putting the nameplates back, and the nighttime hallway was left empty. At this very moment, someone was hungry. Someone had decided against going to sleep and was out in the hallway, secretly heading somewhere. The place they were headed was Tsurugi's room. For some reason, they had chosen Tsurugi to be their target of murder. But there was something they were unaware of. Right before they came, the nameplates outside Tsurugi and Kyoka's rooms were switched by Haru, so the culprit had actually gone to Kyoka's room. Unaware of the error, the culprit made their first move. They put a note through the gap below the door. It asked to come to the laundry room at 6 a.m. and contained a lot of false information to make things easier for the culprit. Not everyone would be asleep right after nighttime, so it'd be easy to spot a note coming in through the door. That's what the culprit was going for. They even got the sound effects in there, man. I love that. The next day, as the time approached 6 o'clock, Kyoka, after reading the note, came to the laundry room as she had been instructed. The culprit was hiding in the corner of the room, looking for an opportunity to strike. Since they were expecting to see Tsurugi, Kyoka's sudden appearance would have been a surprise for them. Kyoka continued forward, oblivious of her fate. The culprit was probably confused at first, then either noticed that they somehow went to the wrong room, or found Kyoka holding the note. They likely had a plan in mind, and changing the target meant they had to risk ruining everything. But there were also the potential of being found out and facing the aftermath if they let her go. At last, the culprit decided to change their target. They had already had the weapon ready, and it looked like they would be discovered anyway. Meanwhile, Kyoka was wondering why no one was in the room. Still unaware of the presence of the culprit, she was left vulnerable to their attack. And fell victim to it. After the murder, the The culprit wiped off the blood from the body to conceal any evidence of murder. Because it was done almost immediately afterward, Kyoka's clothes didn't get any blood on them. However, they weren't able to take care of the large bloodstain on the floor. Maybe because they were in a hurry, or they just failed to see it. That bloodstain played a huge role in revealing Kyoka was murdered at the laundry room. I think the culprit forgot about the bloodstain while they were busy moving Kyoka's body. They must have gotten in a panic since they killed someone that wasn't part of their plan. The culprit first carried the body over to the girls' restroom. Their purpose was to take advantage of the fact that the students aren't allowed to enter the restroom of the opposite sex. That's when the culprit found the pipe on the ceiling of the restroom. The culprit decided to make use of it, and went to the antique store to get the needed supplies. It was less than an hour before the wake-up announcement, so they were probably in a rush. The tools they chose were a rope, a hook, and a rubber ball. The culprit first tied the rope around the rubber ball, and then thought of a certain way to hide their involvement. Their idea was to tie the rope on the pipe without entering the girls' restroom using the rubber ball. Since the culprit was a man, they were unable to enter the girls' restroom. Monokuma had previously announced that anyone who sets foot in the restroom of the opposite sex will be shot by machine guns. But thanks to that fact that the restroom entrance was open with a wall straight across, the culprit was able to tie the rope to the pipe using the elasticity of the rubber ball. It was a risky move as the culprit wasn't able to step inside and correct any mistakes, and making the ball bounce right through the bat, that small gap seemed nearly impossible, but the culprit was confident they could do it. This was because they, as the ultimate soccer player, they had absolute mastery over all types of balls. The rubber ball bounced across the room and right back to the entrance just as they had planned. The culprit repeated this several times to make it look as if someone tied the rope by hand. And this is when another unexpected event happened. They must have failed to adjust the strength of their kicks, because the rubber ball grew weaker and weaker after each bounce until it couldn't withstand the pressure and popped. This caused the liquid inside the ball to be splattered all over the restroom, becoming a key piece of evidence. The culprit would have wanted to get rid of it, but they couldn't do it without going inside the restroom. The culprit nonetheless decided to go on with their plan. After all, they succeeded in tying the rope to the pipe, and the method they used was virtually unimaginable for a normal person. After getting the rope around the pipe, the culprit removed the ball from the rope, and attached the hook instead. Then they threw the hook toward the pipe to fasten the rope on it. The other end of the rope was left outside the restroom. The other end of the rope that was left outside the restroom was wrapped around Kyoka's neck. The reason for this was to make it look like Kyoka was hanged outside of the restroom. The culprit was hoping to make us think that the Kyoka's murderer was inside the girls' restroom, and naturally was able to enter it as well. That way, men wouldn't be considered suspects in the trial. The culprit, as a man, was trying to use this for their own favor. Everything was ready, and the culprit was about to push Kyoka inside, and they found a piece of paper in Kyoka's hand. It was the note they wrote, held tight in her hand even after her death. Having realized the note will be used against them if discovered, the culprit ripped the note out of her hand. They ripped it possibly because of rigor mortis, which made it difficult to pull it out. What the culprit didn't know was that most of the important parts of the note were still intact in the piece they left in Kyoka's hand. Thanks to the note, we found out she wasn't murdered in the restroom, which led to the conclusion that the culprit can be a man as well. After getting over the risky part, the culprit tried to get rid of the hammer and rubber ball. Too much time had passed to that point, and it was early enough for some of us to get up. In a hurry, the culprit left their murder weapon and the burst rubber ball in the garbage dump. They would have wanted a safer option, but the time constraint gave them little time to think. They must have thought we won't find them if we put it alongside all the trash. And it kind of worked, since Kakaru and I were the only ones to discover them. When we started coming out of our rooms, the culprit acted like they had just gotten up and waited for the body to be discovered. We soon noticed that Kyoko was nowhere to be seen. As we all know, we went looking around the entire building until Akane discovered the horrible state Kyoko was in. Everyone froze in shock, and while pretending to do the same, the culprit secretly hid a smile at the outcome of their plan. The person who came up with this plan and tried to deceive us all. Red card. That's funny. It was you, right? Mitsuhiro Higa. How was that, Mitch? Do you still have anything to say? Ha, he must have forgotten how to speak. What kind of nonsense is that? This is just purely outrageous. Mitsuhiro, it's over. Please, be honest. It's pointless for us to keep attacking each other. Mitsuhiro, was it really you? Why? Why did you commit something like murder? No, it wasn't me. I'm not. It's not me. It's not me. Not me, not me. No, 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 no. It wasn't me. Wow, this idiot is going all crazy. Oh gee, Mitsuhiro's gone totally wacko. Wah! I got 61 mana coins. That's a lot of mana coins. Huh? Looks like you're done. As the headmaster, let me say your discussions were packed with passion in a fashionable way. Passion and fashion. Are they the same? Are they different? Oh, who cares? You don't need any of those to live a good life anyway. So let's move on to voting time. You don't need any extra explanations, right? Pick the person that you believe is the Blacken. Everyone, make a choice using the switch in front of you. And one more thing, just as a reminder, triple check that you voted for someone. If I ever see a blank ballot, you know what that means. I'm sure none of you would want to be punished for something so trivial like that. Okay then, time to get excited. Who will be chosen as the Blacken? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Who is found guilty? Oh, they even got this right here. That is so cool. They even animated that. That is so freaking cool, man. Like, even if it's just an edit of the original, like, that was impressive. Ooh, bingo! The Blacken of this trial, that is the murderer who kills Kyokomaki, is none other than Mitsuhiro Higa. It would be cool if you got to vote like in V3. Who would I vote for though? I don't really know. Probably just Mitch. What? Hold on, Mr. Hika. Did you really? Yeah, there's no like Kokichi in this game for me to like troll and get upset with. So I don't really have the urge to throw in a false vote to somebody else. Mitch, why'd you kill her? Tell us. I was a big fan of yours. I liked soccer too. I admired your talent as a rising star. Why'd you have to? Cut it out and say something. Fine. I killed Kyokomaki. Are you serious? Finally. Mitsuhiro, Assuming everything we found out is true, you murdered Kyoka even though she wasn't your target. I'm not saying it was okay for you to set up a murder, but you could have quit and spared Kyoka when your plan went wrong. Why didn't you do that? Why? Why were you so stubborn about killing someone? Kyoka. Kyoka did nothing to you. But, I just had to get out of here after watching that video. That video? Just as I thought. This is the only possible answer. You mean the motive? Monokuma has shown us that DVD just yesterday. The contents must have been different for each student, but every one of them seemed enough to drive a person toward despair. When I watched my video, I felt myself wrapped by a surge of emotion demanding me to escape here by using any means possible. I even pondered the thought of murder. Mitch must have killed due to the same reason. I'm aware of how serious a crime this is. Even a million apologies won't be enough for what I did. But I had to do it. I had to get out of this place. For that, I had to murder. Mitsuhiro, you bastard. I don't know what you saw in your video, but can you even guess what was on mine? Every soccer stadium in the world being reduced to ashes, terrorists attacking FIFA headquarters, and world-class soccer players having gone missing. On top of that, my home team was also... How could such a thing be possible? I'm sorry. That's exactly like my case. Oh, this can't be good. It seems like something has occurred to the well-being of Yuki Maeda's warm and caring family. What could have possibly happened at his house? To Mitsuhiro, soccer would have been like the home where he belongs. Witnessing his own sweet home being completely destroyed would feel... Attack on FIFA HQ? Come on, you know that's other nonsense. Right. And it doesn't only pertain to yours. All of our videos have been manipulated. You shouldn't have fallen for this trap. I couldn't stop trembling after watching my video because it was as shocking and terrifying as yours. It wasn't just you. It was everyone's fight, even Kyoka's. Even though she watched the same absurd videos, she was trying to overcome her shock. You asshole. I couldn't help it. Soccer is my everything. I'd even say it's more important than my life. I know murder is wrong, but I just had to see it with my own eyes if that video was real, even if it meant killing another person. Let me ask you one thing. Suppose your plan went without a hitch and you got out. What if that video was forged? Then what were you going to do? You heard about the class trial and the entrance ceremony, didn't you? The victory of the Black End is equivalent to the death of everyone minus the Black End. My point is this. By setting off your murder plan, you opted to take the lives of us 14 for your own needs. But were you aware of the full weight of your choice, or at least prepared to face the consequences? I doubt it. You know what I want to say? You're nothing more than an ignorant moron who wanted to get out of here using soccer as an excuse. Somewhere in the future, do you think you might get to do a group collab stream? Maybe with some online game like Use Your Words or Cloplash? I feel like it'd be funny seeing you work off your mutuals. Probably, I don't really plan on it anytime soon, but I wouldn't rule out the possibility. Of course, our videos were as shocking as yours, otherwise it wouldn't even be a motive. If that alone was sufficient to make a person murder, all of us would have done it by now. But in reality, you were the only one to commit murder. What do you think made the difference? Could it be prioritizing your selfish desires over your so-called friends? Ray, stop it. Don't try to make this any more complicated. Are you telling me this idiot got shocked by the DVD and I just went to murder someone without even being mentally prepared? No, I won't deny that, but soccer really was my everything. Actually, it was pretty well planned out. He even managed to come up with a complex trick immediately after murdering Kyoka. Tsurugi being his initial target doesn't look like a coincidence either. You thought his talent would be an obstacle to your plan, didn't you? Bullseye, I suppose. Right. From the beginning, Mitch was willing to murder, even without the motive. A malice beyond description. That's what took Kyoka's life. But, so what? Does it even matter? Monokuma was the ultimate ringleader behind all this. Monokuma is the one who drove Mitch to that point. You know what, Mitch? Right after watching the motive, Kyoka told me, Haru, and Satsuki this. Murder, motives, anxiety. Just push him to the side and have fun. That way we can all chill out and strengthen our bond. Kyoka probably got the same amount of shock as you, but she was trying to overcome this situation by getting everyone together. If she had a chance to talk with you yesterday, things could have been different. Why? Isn't it so frightening? Who would have guessed that the world-class celebrity is nothing more than a bad-tempered coward? This is why you should never judge a book by its cover. No one would have ever thought the Mitch Higa would murder. What? What are you talking about? It's your fault. This entire situation, Mitch's murder, it's all your fault. How can you even say that? Don't be so salty. What's done is done. Don't you got a carpe diem? Okay. Oh, what's up with that attitude? If you're trying to fight me, give up. You'll probably end up hanging out with your dead friend anyway. Besides, you guys don't scare me at all. Shut up, Monokuma. I don't know where you got the balls for that, but someday I'll bring you to justice myself. Tsurugi might be an exception. Gee, look how long you guys have been holding me back. We better get started. Started on what? The punishment! What else would it be? I told you. Punishment awaits for the loser of the class trial. Punishment? You mean execution? Just give me a sec. Of course I'm guilty. I deserve death. I deserve any punishment. I know I can't ever make up for my crime. But still, are you really gonna kill me? Sure, I killed Kyoko, but isn't this a bit different? Seriously? You're gonna take my life? I can explain. I really must have been crazy. I'm sorry. I'll never do that again. I could rot in jail for the rest of my life. Just don't kill me. Yeah, I'll do anything you want. You can have all the money I earned from playing soccer. Okay? I don't want to die. Help me. I'll do anything but dying. I'm begging you. Please don't kill me. Hey guys, do something. I'm gonna die for real. This is not a joke. Notwithstanding Mitch's desperate cries, everyone turned their heads away from him, including myself. What is this? Are you scared of dying? Weren't you ready for this when you became the Blackened? Above all, you disrupted order. You killed Kyoka. Whatever the laws outside may be, the rule here is simple. An eye for an eye, a death for a death. No matter what you do, you can't avoid punishment. Once you're revealed to be the Blackened, you are punished. This is an ironbound rule. Now, save your breath and let us begin. I certainly won't want my students to procrastinate, so I prepared a special punishment for the Blackened. Mitsuru Higa, the ultimate soccer player. No, go away. Go away! Let's give it all we got. It's punishment time! Higa's motive was basically like, he saw like world destruction, and like his home team was probably murdered, and yeah, FIFA headquarters was attacked by terrorists, and he was kind of short-sighted, but he wanted to see his he wanted to see everything for himself. That was his motive essentially. All right, let me try it again, but in Monokuma's voice a little bit better this time. Let's give it all we got. It's punishment time. That's the best I got. I'm sorry. No. All right, here we go. Uh-oh. Can we view it? Yep, okay. Here we go. We got it. Let's see it. Chains? Okay. He's getting pulled into the room. Red card. Getting brought to a soccer field. Or football. By most other nations. He's the ball. And they got some giant Monokumas kicking him. Death of the volcano shoot. This is really cool. Even in pixel art, it's awesome. Is he still alive? The whole place is on fire now. Well, if he's alive, he won't be alive much longer. Is he in the incinerator or something? Interesting. Yeah, that's it, yes. This thrill, this excitement. You can only feel this at punishment time. Ah, Mitch is dead. It happened in an instant. Mitsuhiro Higa, who was alive and breathing merely minutes ago, now greeted us in death amidst scorching flames across the screen. Despair. That was exactly what came in our mind. Who was Kinjo inspired by, if not Akechi? I'm very curious. Mitsuhiro committed murder. Of course he was unforgivable. Hopefully it's not Light Yagami. Or, probably not. Probably not Light Yagami. But this is too harsh. Now I'm thinking just characters that are similar to Akechi. We have to keep doing this? I can't. Anyone, please, get me out of here. If you don't want this, don't kill. None of these would have happened if you simply stopped caring about the outside. After all, it was Mitsuhiro's own selfish desire that led him to murder. You guys were the ones responsible for this. But, how could we just forget about the outside world? 'Tis impossible. Monokuma, what's your intention? What do you get from committing this heinous act? Intention? Intendian? Huh? What is that? Sounds too hard for me. Nobody cares anyway. You don't have to know it. Just heed my words and all will be fine. Besides, you won't understand a word if I tell you. Not even the slightest bit about what's going on right now. A total waste of time, right? It's actually Junko. Junko's the mastermind. Junko's been the mastermind the whole time. You son of a... Oh no, how intimidating. Woo-hoo-hoo. Well, case closed. The class trial is officially over. Everyone, rest in peace. Hey, wait. He's gone. Damn it, what are we supposed to do now? In silence, everyone kept staring at the spot where Monokuma was standing. Although the class trial was over, none of us looked eager to leave the courtroom. After losing 2 friends in a single day and realizing escape is still far out of our reach, we couldn't help but freeze in despair. Everyone, we need to stay calm. If we lose hope here, we won't be able to accomplish anything. But my legs ain't moving after watching that execution. How are we supposed to stay calm when our friend has met such a horrible end? Friend? Who's this friend you're talking about? What? Huh? Who else can it be besides Mitsuhiro? You're calling him a friend? I don't get it. Are you calling a murderer your friend? What's wrong with you? Tsurugi? Sure, Mitsuhiro killed Kyoka and he deserved punishment, but he was still our friend for the past few days, right? Leonard stated that the inspiration for Tsurugi Kinjo was what if Light Yagami didn't have the Death Note? Oh my god, it actually was Light. Oh my god. So I actually did guess it. And then I dismissed it. I was like, nah, it couldn't be Light. Oh, that's so funny. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you for that tidbit. Thank you for that information. I appreciate that. Oh. Yes, he was. Now he's only a criminal who got what he deserved for committing the worst possible crime on Earth. What's so surprising about that? You may argue Mitsuhiro deserved the death penalty, but do you condone Monokuma's actions? Are you condoning Higa's murder? Yes, Monokuma killing him was also murder. Monokuma is a criminal worthy of death too, but letting Higa live would be just as absurd. There ought to be retribution for every murder. What the? Are you saying you're glad Mitch died? Well, apparently he's very pro-death penalty. Of course, no murderer has the right to live, regardless of how many they've killed. What? Sure, Tsurugi said he despises criminals more than anything else, and that his dream is to end all crime in the world, but still, saying he's glad for someone's death even after someone was a murderer, that's insane. You would have thought... You thought we would have Rei as the antagonist, but it was I, Kinjo. Would you also say killing a murderer is acceptable? No way. If you kill a criminal, then you'd be a criminal too. However, wasn't Monokuma already a criminal to start with? When did I say I'll excuse Monokuma's actions? I'm just saying he got the thing he deserved. I loathe that bear scum more than anything, but there's one thing he said I can agree on. An eye for an eye, a death for a death. That is my motto as a police officer. Lunatic. Isn't it a bit problematic for a police officer to say that? Why would it be problematic? I think the real problem is with the current legal system. I'm going to work hard to change the laws in this country. No, the entire world. I'll create a world where no one can dare commit crime. Oh, he's an absolute authoritarian. That's why I need to get out of this place. Same goes for you all. Stop thinking about that killer and strategize on how we'll fight Monokuma. Kinjo is really the type of guy to say if you kill a killer, then you become one. So just to kill two killers. I'm not supporting Mitsuhiro, but something is definitely wrong with you. No, I think it's just pro-death penalty. Wrong. To me, the way you're acting is wrong. Don't you realize you're already approving his actions by caring about his death? That he needs a fair trial first, and then murder. But legal murder. It's different if it's legal. Criminal or not, somebody just died. How could you react like that when a human being was murdered right in front of you? How could I? Well, criminals don't count as human beings for me. Leader. Tsurugi, what happened to you? You weren't like this. What do you mean? I was like this the entire time. I'm just giving some advice to those of you who are being overtly hysterical. Of course, I am aware I'm ultimately the one to blame. Kyoko wouldn't have died if I had been more alert. Therefore, from now on, I won't ever allow another murder to happen in this school no matter what it takes. It's my duty to protect you all, isn't it? This is actually a pretty good plot twist leading into chapter 2. Like, yeah, I could see it. I could see it. You stop. Like, I could definitely see Kinjo being a new antagonist. That's pretty good. Mikako. She spoke. Everyone's exhausted. Let's go to our rooms and rest. Calm down. We can talk again tomorrow. Right. This mind-blowing incident got us all heated up. Let's cool our heads and talk again tomorrow. Fine. I don't think you can think logically in this condition either. And thus, our first-class trial came to a close on the worst possible note. If it wasn't for Mikako, we might have broken into a fight. Somehow, I feel like everyone went crazy. Hell, I might be the one who's crazy. 2 of us died on a single day. It would be weird not to go crazy. Will we ever get out of this place? Will we ever escape this monstrous killing game? We took the elevator back to the school building and quietly dismissed ourselves. The atmosphere felt heavy, and a feeling of distrust seemed to pervade everywhere, like it did on our first day. Everything that happened today already feels like memories of a distant past. Surrounded by this bizarre environment, my sense of reality was slowly fading away. The day I left for Hope's Peak Academy, a week prior to today, it seemed like it was from a long time ago. I couldn't even recall how my parents looked like, my family. Ugh. Kyoka. The trial. Mitch. Execution. Tsurugi. My brain drifted in confusion as these thoughts kept swirling in my mind. Well, now we get worse translation, at least until the Ink Flame one comes out. We made it through our first class trial, the very embodiment of despair, without achieving anything. But this was merely the beginning of despair. This was actually really good. I was very impressed. A game made in RPG Maker. Pretty much just recreated the whole first chapter of Danganronpa, and I guess the rest of the game too. Like, that was pretty sick. I'm very impressed. Thank you for playing. You have reached the end of the demo. Because the demo is separate from the other parts of the game, I had to play this separately. You may choose to save your progress here, which will allow you to continue from this point in future releases. I don't know how... Like, is maybe the save file is somewhere in the folder. But that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Is anyone watching on the Twitch end of things? Probably not, right? No, it's just one viewer. Okay, pretty much everyone's just here on YouTube. Wow, we got 10 viewers on YouTube? That's nice. Double digits, man. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you all for showing up. That is really cool. That is really cool of you guys. I'm sure we're gonna get... I'm actually, like, really happy that we're getting more viewership than we've traditionally done. Because I think the YouTube videos are starting to bring in more of a Danganronpa audience here. We're actually getting a lot more people now, so really stoked about that. I believe you can't raid on YouTube just yet, so we're just gonna have to end it here. Tomorrow, around the same time, I will play the first half of Chapter 2. Pretty much up until, like, the body discovery announcement. You said you bought Cat in the Box, right? I did buy it. I did buy it.
You want to see how this bottle
Sure.
works?
Show me how the bottle works.
Don't make me.
Here, I'll even
I'll do it.
click off so you can hear it.
You want to
in
see
its
how
full
this
magic.
bottle works?
Yeah. Come on, give it. Awesome. Thank you. All right. So tomorrow I'm gonna try and play the second half of this. I don't know how to save any further. Yeah. All right. I'll try and figure out how to move the save file over for the chapter 2 through 6 playthrough. In the meantime, thank you guys so much for stopping by. I appreciate y'all. Hopefully see you guys tomorrow for the start of chapter 2. And hopefully I'll see you guys for Tuesday's video, where we decide which Danganronpa characters, 1, 2, and V3, are invited to my birthday party. Which will be 1 week from today. 1 week from today. Alright. Bye, everybody. See y'all. Have a good one.